Welcome to our weekend session of viewer levels. As we await the first submissions that are going to populate the queue, we're going to take a look at Tendo Ice Towers by Sneakin, who was formerly a Mario Maker streamer who has, I think, been on break for some time, but who is finally back to chipping away at a few new levels. So let's take a look at some chilly wall jumps over the chasm with 0 checkpoints. Okay, looks like we're going to begin with an off state. Probably for cosmetic reasons to make everything look blue. And ants. Now, why the ants? Ah, warp blocks. Okay, so the lower warp block takes you somewhere. I'm not really sure where just yet. We'll find out in a moment. Now, fairly relaxed time limit, which I was not expecting. Oh, I see. It's kind of a reset point. But it's a reset point that you can only use once, so far as I understand. Yes, because the idea is that you have to take the Ant Trooper over. So I think what's going to happen... I should have slid all the way down. What's going to happen is that you have a couple of reset points that take you back to the start. So we're going to bounce around some more, and I will have to get over the ants. Whoops. Nope, my mistake. Not making a fine show of it just yet. Talir, welcome. Thank you for the first submission. And up we go. Okay, so here I think we just slide all the way down. And that becomes a little more readable, except, of course, the wall jumps could be a bit crisper on my side. Taldir, I assume that's just a submission of Team Jump World. And yeah, we can do it. I was originally going to hold it for some kind of dedicated stream. But we'll see, because I know a lot of streamers have been doing it anyway. And that has gotten quite a lot of coverage over the past week. Hello, Glitch. Welcome. So yeah, Taldir, if you have any single suggestions rather than a Super World suggestion that might be a better fit for what we're doing today, simply because I may still be holding Team Jump World for its own thing. But that's okay. Like, I don't mind doing it. It's just that we did have some plans in mind for it later. Might not be too soon anyway, so if you want to see it, we'll do at least one. But yeah, I know it's been a big streamer hit throughout most of Mario Maker Twitch over the past few days. And Penguin Lord, welcome. Okay, looks like we... Okay, I was hoping to get on top of that, my timing was just completely off. So thank you for the maker codes from both the Glitch and Penguin Lord. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Miss. Yeah, so I guess the resets take you all the way back up to the top corner in that order. Up we go. Need to do that maybe a little more gracefully. A level you were struggling with for a while and you figured out how to make it work. Okay, looking forward to it, Glitch. And here we are. I've got a lot to catch up on in general. Over the past few weeks, had usually been running 2 viewer level streams a weekend, but yesterday I did have to cancel at the last minute, and so hopefully we'll get through a lot more submissions today. And I guess more than 0 is more than what we managed to do yesterday, so that's already a strict improvement. Okay. Going to lightly jump And back up we go. Nope. And yeah, Taldir, I'm aware of what Team Jamp World is. It's actually a shared account that a whole bunch of separate creators submitted to. Like, they basically designed their levels and all had them recreated and uploaded within the same account. Which is why you can see their names in the creator credits as well as the level descriptions. So. Whoops. My mistake. And I guess it'll take us all the way back to the reset if it still exists. Yes, it does. Okay. And it's a gentle clear rate. Much better. This is precisely why I have to do a bit of a warm-up. Nope. Yeah, it looks like I do have to ride the icicle down in order to enter the pipe. So I do need to fix my positioning there. It is a nice safety net, but of course, as something that's using warp blocks, I think it's only going to work out for you once. But that's alright. I think it's necessary because the first time here, the player isn't necessarily going to know that bouncing off the end is something that must be done. And so that would be the rationale for the reset point. Down we go. I know, I was trying to drop back onto the icicle in time, and that was not so great because of the wall slide. And here we are. Whoops. Terminator, welcome. Okay, up we go. And thank you for the submission of The Odd Couple. Yeah, I need to time that whole thing quite a bit better. I think pressing the coin markers is probably the thing I need to do in order to make that work out. Because otherwise the landing time on the icicle is going to be a little bit weird. But it's okay. Not too hard to get back there. Nope, was trying to fall onto that gracefully. That did not work out. I actually want to fall on top of the icicle as soon as possible, such that if I end up a little too high, I have enough time to drop down on top of it, instead of doing a wall slide all the way. Okay. Thank you for the sub. While I, of course, accidentally wall slide. Yeah, so Terminator, if you want the sub-privilege for your submission, you will have to get out of the queue and resubmit, I think, because it does not recognize that retroactively. But I think you were already in anyway, so that's okay. You would know that better than I do. I just sometimes read to see if the chat is displaying the badge. Oops. But yeah, the Warp World bot web interface has actually been acting up for me a bit. Whoops, missed. Such that hopefully people don't do too many weird things with, you know, skipping the queue or reordering or anything like that today, because right now I can't actually get into the back end of the queue to fix anything manually. I've been having a few issues on that front. Yes, Penguin Lord requested Blue Toadette. Let's get over to Blue Toadette. I assume that the blue is going to take priority as the relevant description. So that will take effect beginning with the next attempt, as you know. Well, there is a gentle reset door underneath the icicle drop, and then if we make it to the icicle drop. And so if it looks like I'm missing, I should take the reset door just to not have to redo this segment leading up to that. Usually I'm being a little bit too daring going into the icicle. I haven't quite sorted out the appropriate timing here yet. We have a raid. Welcome. After I wall jump, I will acknowledge that in just a moment. And that cat, thank you for bringing in a party of 8. Very good to see you here. As always, let me give you a quick shout out. And SDGML, welcome with all the pawing cats. Wow, your collection of cats has grown. And yeah, welcome everybody coming in from NatCat's side. I think given our block of time and the overlap in our audiences, most of us should be familiar with each other by now, but if anybody is new coming in, welcome as well. Pitch Shifter, welcome. Let's get into the queue. So yeah, anybody who isn't already following NatCat, there have been some viewer level streams going on over there lately as well. And so please do drop by and send some levels sometimes. Okay. So Taldir actually submitted me the code for Team Jamp World, which a lot of the other streamers have been doing this week. I will probably just do the first level. At some point we might run this a little more substantially, but yeah, it looks like the likes have really taken off. I know that it's gotten a lot of streamer buzz, and that a lot of people have dedicated their full streams to it over the past few days. And yes, I just started. I was starting a little bit late on my usual time today, but at least I managed to get the stream running, which is more than I can say for yesterday, when I did have a bit of a last-minute cancellation. Okay, let's take a look. And yeah, SDGML, thank you for raiding, even if you, or joining the raid rather, even if you have to run. And you have a good morning. So here's that friendship flowers. And okay, let's get jumping. Yeah, grab it, and then go to the right, and then it's going to be a throw after clearing my way over to Pokies. Some of the spikes here are actually somewhat well disguised by the background art. So. And okay, here we go. Almost stalled a little bit too long there. And grab that. Yeah, pretty straightforward so far. I mean, it's sort of understood by implication that you're going to be throwing that. I would assume we go down, yeah. And here we are. Oops. And yeah, NatCat, do enjoy your snack. See you back here when you've gotten all that sorted out. And in the meantime, let's proceed. Whoops. Missed the block. And Document, welcome. Yeah, Document, we just started up not long ago. And so queue is still wide open. We're currently actually just doing the first level of Team Jump because we received that as a submitted suggestion. I am not running the full world today, though. Yes, I have to catch it and then move over. I see. Yep. Should have been obvious from the way that was set up that I was to grab something that was going to come out of the spring. Whoops. And thank you, Document, for the submission. Okay, back up we go. Yeah, should have remembered that that will disappear on me as I go up and to the right. And thank you for Minecart Mayhem. Yes, I did see that come up, and I'm looking forward to it. There we are. Up we go. And might as well check it. Nope. We'll do more. We've got to see what's over here. Bomb, okay. Looks like it's just a secret placement. A little bit of momentary tension as I step on top of the muncher. And yeah, it's just a quick little one-up secret. Yeah, okay, let's not hit that. And back we go. Yeah, I don't know if it's one of the projects that will have one secret like that on every level, whether it's something that's internally prescribed, but thank you for that one, Taldir. Yeah, since this is just a submission of a suggested world, I will just do it one level at a time for now and get further into queue, but do feel free to resubmit this if you want to see more of this today. Okay, let's pull up sub next. Which I believe to be Terminator. It's going to be G7P SXG. Whoops. S9G. I believe that's correct. The odd couple of Mario and an old friend must put aside their differences to overcome enemies. Okay. Let's see about it. Reach the goal after defeating at least 25 hammers. We'll stomp this guy, sure. I think... yeah, okay, it's a mushroom survival level. Took me a moment to notice that. And I'll need to reset to respawn it. And we'll just need to... Oh, I see, okay. Definitely have to watch my positioning here while dodging at the same time. Oh, looks like I got trapped. And I got trapped. Yeah, okay, so I do need to be watching both the top and the bottom at the same time. And that's going to be one of the main challenges here. I do want to just dispense with that guy, but not while I'm underneath a non-jumping location. Okay, whoops. I say this often about a lot of different levels, but this is one where eye tracking would actually make for a very interesting streaming experience. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, except I needed it to hit that location. Otherwise I run into some trouble here. It is supposed to drop something probably like a vine for me to cling on to. But I'll see. Yeah, this is a lot harder than it looks. Most of the deaths, I think, will look pretty silly because they're coming from watching the wrong position on the screen at the wrong time. Okay. So let it roll. Great. Nope. Okay, 4 reset doors, and we were at number 2. And, of course, that has already been done. That has also already been done, which, yeah, I guess that's one thing about the reset, is that the Goomba does not actually reset gracefully. Right, because you are forced to jump around once the mushroom is here. I'm just scouting ahead. And I also need to get ahead in that position so the mushroom doesn't go to the left and get trapped by the one-way panels. So, definitely a lot of things I do have to read quickly. And okay, here we are. And that got crushed. Yeah, I think the lack of a reset sort of functioning as intended with the Muncher dropping onto the Goomba is the only minor issue I've seen so far, because I think, you know, usually with reset doors you kind of imply that things are fully resettable. And I know it's still kind of possible to go over. I should just run over, in fact. I don't know why I'm trying to jump that gap when I can just dash right over without too much trouble. But yeah. Here we are. Okay, I didn't know that was going to happen, actually. Oh no, I think it's actually marked up top, but unless I'm just looking at a track that's attached to the hard block. I don't know, because I wasn't quite clear on what to expect in that location. Nope. Nice to have a second chance on at least some of this stuff. And I do need to outrun it, though, because otherwise I'll get into trouble on the far side. Okay. 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 Once again, was watching the top instead of the bottom. I can kill the Goomba myself and then get another mushroom to pipe. Okay. From the pipe, rather. Yeah. Yeah, it's more that you kind of lose visibility of the mushroom when you try to kill the Goomba yourself, I think. Unless there's a quicker way to do it, other than just sitting and drawing it out. But okay. Here we are. And down that goes. And I pretty much need to run for it. Okay. Nope. And in fact, even once Mushroom gets across, I need to chase after it pretty quickly, and so dodging the fire will be pretty critical no matter what I do. Let's let that drop. Nope. And Roby Angel, by the way, thank you for coming by and dropping Hyrule Champions Versus. Hopefully it's still a fun experience in solo. Forgot to acknowledge that earlier when that did come in as a submission. Oh. Yeah, Glitch, I think it's quite true that Terminator loves these item control levels, as was seen on many occasions. Okay. No, we need to draw him out. Yeah, and as you can see, the mushroom just gets killed pretty quickly, especially because we can't quite see the track position. Whoops. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, here we are. Then we run ahead. Nope. Too busy watching the mushroom. Also because I was attempting to stay low with the piranha segment just to redirect the fire such that I would have a little bit of headroom for jumping, but as you can see, I don't quite have a good method for that segment worked out anyhow. Okay, need to go. There we go. Oh, no. Ah, I see. The one-way panel is there because there is a time limit. You have to hit the POW, and you have to hit the other POW. And then... yeah, you have to jump to get it over these segments. Now, here we get into killing the 25 hammers, which... yeah, when it... here's the thing. Can I... oh no, I was trying to hit that from below, but... it's clearly giving me something that I will need. Seems like that should be near the end, though, if we're encountering all the hammers at once. Okay. Okay. Nope. Definitely darting my eyes up and down just to read what's going on here. It's always kind of nice, though, to see levels where the challenge is in the kind of soft skills like, you know, just being able to find a good strategy for how to read the thing. And things that are definitely part of the platformer skill set that we don't necessarily think of, because they don't involve pressing buttons. But which still, you know, involves some kind of moment-to-moment tactical decision-making. Okay. Because much of this is very much test to see if we can survive and manage the top position. I feel like I want to take those mechas off their tracks for sure. And I can probably take the time to do that. Okay, here we are. Oh, okay, this guy's gonna follow me. Not for long, he doesn't. Okay, once again. Nope. Okay. A little bit late to react there. Electro Dude, welcome. And, okay, that got crushed. This was at the start of an SMB2 Mushroom Guide level. And then it's an enemy spam level. I mean... Depends how those concepts are woven together. And Taldir is going to call for Pink Toad. Just give me one moment here, and we will do that. Beginning with the next attempt. Okay, that's going to go. Okay, so far so good. Okay. I probably just want to, as I said, get rid of all of these. But I would need to bounce pretty accurately on top of a missile. Clear my way through those, so better not to bother, I think. Okay. These guys are going to get stuck up there, but that's okay because we have the clear condition. And we just need to wait for the P-switch to expire, and then Boom Boom is going to make a bit of a cameo there. Wait a minute, what's going on? Okay, it's a loop. Now, why does this have a looping structure? Because you need to jump consistently in order to get the mushroom past the conveyor belt. So the mushroom has its own boss. It's its own boss now. Yeah, I feel like I do need to jump repeatedly to do it. Okay. Nope. Jump detection is going to be a little bit late on me here. Really have to pump the thing. Imagine if the mush despawns, that would not be great, but I think the one-way panels are generally set up to keep the segments rather well controlled when it comes to distance. I haven't tested this very thoroughly, of course, because I'm currently trying to actually beat the level, but I think it's telling me like high, low, maybe? Like maybe there is kind of a prescribed timing here. Nope. Nope. It's not picking up my jump when it's initially falling down. I need to make contact. Nope. Yeah, I needed to track my positioning. No. Okay. Yeah, I should actually follow this and stay under the mushroom. And give it a push. So it's properly repelled the way it should be in the night theme. Nope. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand the intended control here. Because clearly I do need to position myself in such a way that I give it a bit of a push forward. But not quite seeing how to make that happen. Come on. It's okay, we have 240 seconds to not get hit by the missile. And hey, Hyperion. Come on, push. No. Yeah. I think it's a little bit fuzzy. Partly because I'm, jumping for safety at the same time. But able to inch it about halfway. And thank you, Plachesco, for the submission. I'll acknowledge it when I actually have eyes to spare, given that I already have to watch both the top and the bottom half of the screen. That... Come on. Nope. Nope. There we go. Okay. On-off switch. And... Boom boom, okay. Oh, here's another one. Phase 2. Luckily, cannon shots are going to partly deal with the boom boom problem, but yeah, given that I'm unclear on the input, I think one phase is probably plenty for that one. I think it looks like it was designed in such a way that you didn't expect me to have nearly that much trouble pushing. I actually get a very strong sense that you did not think I would have nearly that much of a problem. Now, I figured it out, but I can't execute it consistently. I mean, I understood it relatively early, it's just that I know I have to manipulate my facing direction and everything, but... Whoops. Okay. But yeah, given the amount of time spent on that, doing it twice is going to be quite something. We'll see. Maybe I'll have a better time with it this time, now that I have actually seen how it goes and know what to expect. Nope. Have I played Minecraft? I actually have not. It surprises people to know that sometimes, I think, given how many base building and engineering games I do in fact play, but Minecraft was very much the game that just kind of came at exactly the wrong time. Where it was sort of blowing up around a time when I just didn't have much time for games. And I just wound up skipping it and going directly to other big builder games like Factorio. And so no, I've actually never been a Minecraft player. It's one of the biggest games that I have never played. One of them. There are a few other ones. GTA 5, for instance, I've never touched. That's way up there on the all-time charts by now, and GTA 5 has actually been on the top of the Twitch charts quite a bit recently, and every time I look at it, all of the top streams are Spanish. Like, there's some kind of massive Spanish language roleplay community for it that I know nothing about. Nope. And have I played Evil Genius 2? I don't think I know what Evil Genius 2 is. And, Terminator, are you talking about the classic God of War or the new 2018 God of War? Classic God of War, I actually haven't. No, I was playing a lot of other action games in that era. So I've never paid that much attention to the PlayStation side, because I've traditionally just been on PC for all my strategy needs and Nintendo for all of my platforming needs, and so it's one of those things where, you know, you only make time for so many games. And for me, that means like a big chunk of the long-standing PlayStation library is a total blank. And whoops, sorry, I was looking over at chat for a moment and see the mushroom died. Taldir, have I seen the video about the obvious fake SMB1 speedrun? Are you talking about the recent record-breaking speedrun that kind of got under the 455 barrier? I didn't hear that it was apparently tool-assisted. I thought the whole reason that it was newsworthy was because it's actually finally crossed the final second barrier before you get into the range of the taskbot time. That is not at the taskbot time, but that's you kind of have to. But that's like you're not going to improve by 1 further second because that would exceed the optimized time. But I haven't been keeping up with it, so. Okay, here we are. Okay. Okay, that went a lot better than usual. We know that's going to be a star. Really got whacked by that, Here we are. Yeah, nearly got whacked by the missile, actually, as I was going into the hammer segment. Whoops. Going to lose the mushroom right away, which is bad news. Okay, we have to take out Boom Boom, otherwise this is going to be totally unmanageable. Oh, no, almost. Come on. First attempt was going so well. Nope. Okay. Boom Boom has the schmooze. Yes, he does. I mean, not only is it a conveyor belt, but it's also a fast conveyor belt. That's true. That's... There we go. Okay. Part 1. Let's not die to the Podoboo either. That would be absolutely dreadful. Okay. That's one hit there. That's going to work out just fine for me. And once again, we get beaten in the face. So much for one-shotting that section, yeah. It's okay. We'll get there. Whoa! Didn't realize that I hadn't taken out the mecha yet, like I usually do. After a few attempts, you start taking certain successes for granted. And that very often turns out to be a terrible idea. Oops, there we go. That's my method. There. Nope. That was not the ice block pattern I was going for. Well, Glitch, I don't know if there's a third Boom Boom phase there. I haven't quite seen that yet, so... Given that the first two phases are identical, I almost expect there to be a third phase with some kind of additional complication, but... Blue Toad, yes, thank you for reminding me. I usually hold them until the next level, though, if that's okay with you, Terminator. I usually don't get that many requests either, but... that's okay, you're the level creator. We can indulge that for a bit. I don't have a strict rule about how to do that, because I often don't get people, you know, bidding over the submission or anything like that, but... I just try to make sure that people get their points worth before I start switching back and forth too much. Okay, this is good. Oh, no, we might want to go back and not despawn it. Did I despawn it? No, okay, no. Let's go back. Nope. Okay. Nope. Oh, I sent it back to the left. That's what happened. There we are. Okay. And we should be okay here. Now let's not lose the mushroom right away. Oops. You also started playing Arkham Horror, Hyperion Smokestack. I know very little about it. Almost nothing about it. Just by name. But your recommendation is noted. And here we are. Okay. Nope. Nope. Have to manage a couple of things at once here, so. Come on. Back we go. Back we go. Nope. Nope. Yeah, Hyperion, I've actually kind of been off board games for much of this year, but that's partly because of everybody in my distanced group, including myself, kind of no longer being able to coordinate a schedule for doing board games online, so I think I haven't actually played a board game at all in several months now. Notwithstanding Scrabble, of course, which I've been streaming here on and off. But I mean, you know, board games in the very systems complex sense that you know them. Okay. No. Come on. Come on. No. Nudge. I feel like I still don't really have a reliable method, but partly it's because the missile totally throws me off. Come on. There we are. Okay, we still have the mushroom, which is a plus relative to how I'm usually doing. Okay, Boom Boom is down. It's a new record. And then we have another on-off switch and another conveyor to deal with, which... Nope. Oh, things getting tense here. Nope. Yeah, I am occasionally doing the repeat jump much too soon. That's very true. That's... Nope. Come on. And that wall deflection there was very helpful. Oh. Push, 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 push. There we go. Let's not die to that. That was very close. Podoboo come up. Yeah, there we go. Podoboo go down. Okay. Take that, and that, and that. Thank you for that, Terminator, and thank you, everybody in queue, for waiting so patiently to see me struggle with the conveyor belt. I missed quite a few messages in chat, I think, so let me just scroll up quickly to see if there was any critical piece of conversation while I punch in next. So yeah, clear rate over 1%, but you can see because of some things like the reset doors why that might be deceptive. And it is very much a level where the difficulty is entirely about where you're looking. Well, until you get to the conveyor belt, then the difficulty is about the conveyor belt. Okay, Glitch, it's going to be an exploration level, I see. And we have a raid. Let me just acknowledge that in just a moment. It's going to be Zero Planes with a party of 13. Let's give you a quick shout out. And yeah, Zero Planes, I've barely been doing the new Ninja at all. I usually tend to do each of the Ninjas blind and find some kind of personal route to the top 1% or 2% or so. This one, I put a few attempts into it a few days ago when it launched, and I just was not really kind of finding a good compatible approach to improving at it yet, I guess. I'll probably push on it at some point before it expires, given that we have that 2-week period, but I think it is a little bit underwhelming for being the last one. Like, it's not a level that would be something I consider a level that plays to the strengths of what the Ninja format had done well previously, but maybe I just don't know it well enough. I know, actually, Zero, that you had been, yeah, as you were saying, doing some of the new Ninja on your side as well, so I hope that's going a lot better than it was for me. And Mamuga, I have not found an Easter egg because I have not actually returned to that level since you told me about the Easter egg. So, yeah, I'm not too fond of it so far, but it might be one that I warm to if I actually take the time to push at it for a bit. Anyway, Glitch, we'll take a look at me, myself, in a dry bowl. And I know it's one that you've been revising a few times, I think you said, but thank you for offering me first crack at this version anyway. And thank you once again to Zero Planes for the raid. So, we tossed the shell at coins. Key coins for boss bonus. Okay. And it was something in particular, Glitch, you said earlier that you wanted me to kind of take a look at from a playtesting perspective, and you'll have to remind me of what that is when I get to it, I think. So I want to toss this. Okay. Right? No, wait, I completely misunderstood. You see, here's the thing. I tend to forget what descriptions tell me immediately upon reading them. Obviously, I'm supposed to ride this. But then there is something I have to do. Oh, up throw. Okay, yeah. There we are. It's going to be a coin. Now, why would I want to do this? Okay. All right, I get it. I get it. Try to get all the coins you can. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Just wanted to check. That was dangerous. Now let's... Whoops. Come on. Get over here. Alright, I do see a coin that's kind of being lit up by the pokey spotlight down there, but... Okay, I see. That is safe. That was a bit of a guess, but... Yeah, I guess we just pop our way over. And there was something in the top right. Whoops. Oh, okay, that was unexpected. Let's scout. I assume I'm probably dead now, but let's scout. Yeah, I'm probably dead, by the looks of it. Oh. And Fluffy Otters is, thank you first of all for happy swamp jumps. Misery, you say, can only be handled appropriately when diluted by sharing the pain. Yeah, I guess so. Depends, I don't know. It's true if the misery is made from concentrate. But if it's freshly squeezed misery, I think that might operate by a different logic. Anyway, let's hop up here. Aha! Looks like I'm probably supposed to not hit this or hit this. It's telling me there's a block here, but then that just means that I should not hit this. If I understand it correctly. I will check it and hope it doesn't drop fire on me or something. Okay, good. No, I need to let go of the dash button, of course, when dropping onto the shell. I forget that constantly, even though I've run into that problem on so many occasions. And you were justifying submitting that level? Okay, well, when we get to it, we'll try to keep it in mind. And here we go. If misery loves company so much, why doesn't it buy some shares? Yeah, you tried to hint at the coin locations. Yeah, I can see that it was lit up. The only thing is, of course, that when I look ahead at some of the coin locations like that, I'm also making a decision as to whether I'm guessing that something is the main path or the side path. I think for something like this, it's fairly obvious. Other locations, well, we'll see. But yeah, fairly reasonably obvious that the main path is this massive space that's got the background art. And oh, whoops, my mistake. So much for that guy. I do not believe... Yes, we can. Okay. There we are. Okay, so the coin block is just there to make you concerned. And this did come as a bit of a surprise when it happened the first time, even though there was that bit of a wind-up animation on that drop out of the pipe. Okay, yeah, I'm supposed to throw this up, because then I can ride it. That's understandable. And then... Side Thwomp is going to come by. I need to get on top of it and on top of... maybe to the left of the boo, I guess. That boo location was slightly terrifying. Yeah, I was trying to jump on top of the boo near the end there, but that did not quite work out. Okay, let's move on to this. But yeah, to go back to the subject of the Ninja 20, you know, of all the ones that they chose to give you a 2-week window for, this seemed to be a bit of a strange choice. Like, it doesn't really feel like a finale, apart from just being longer than some of the previous creations. I don't think it particularly stands out for me, at least not yet, but we'll see. Maybe if we locate the secret room that you were talking about, have a different reading of that, but... Okay, let's get over here. Drop below this guy. 3 coins so far. I don't know if that's on par. Nope. I don't know about that Boo. I think, given that the Thwomp is going to be a moving target, landing accurately onto the single tile that is on the left side of the Boo might be a bit much to ask. Because, you know, landing on moving target at Thwomp speed is already something that's going to be a meaningful thing to do. I know that partly it's just to sort of ensure that you can't just go directly over to Thwomp and drop to the right side, but still. It's okay, we'll go back. We'll see if I can find a somewhat better method for dealing with it. Here we are. Don't jump on the Thwomp. You know what? You're absolutely correct. That the Boo is in fact supposed to discourage me from jumping. Yeah. That should have been obvious to me, in fact. Okay. I wondered then why you would have that one extra tile of space plus the Boo at all then. But I'll go back to that and look at it carefully to see if we can find the answer to that. But this is a bit off-center. I want to center my drop location. Where? Oh, because of the light. Yeah, the Boo is there as extra lighting. I do see now. And yeah, Hyperion Smokestack, thank you for dropping by anyway. And yeah, best wishes with whatever you needed to look into. And hopefully I'll catch you next time. We'll see, we were kind of down by 1 viewer level stream this week because I had to cancel yesterday, so might try to do some kind of makeup for it at some point. But okay, up we go. Oh, nope. Yeah, that's supposed to be a toss. Definitely, I kind of instinctively just try to go for it, though. Yeah, I feel like a light underneath that definitely would have helped there, because I know you're sort of trying to signal that the coins are supposed to be a toss, but if it's been a while since you've done that, and a while since you've remembered that to do it consistently, I think a lot of players' instinct would just be to grab the coins, and so this feels like a bit of a snipe here. And here you are. Yeah, but I'm saying it should be like a more permanently visible location, I think. I don't think there's much that you get out of hiding that spot. But we'll see. Because as you can see, the coin tossing is done pretty sparsely in this level, and so it's not like the player will necessarily be, even that late, be associating coins with the up throw 100% of the time. Particularly because with the second up throw, the one that gets the shell on top of the donut blocks, it's one where, you know, you would be doing the up throw to get past that anyway, right? So basically what I'm saying is that, you know, if the first time you see the up throw, you see the on-off switch. The second time you see up throw, you see this sort of micro puzzle to get a bone shell up top. If you're thinking about the kind of obstacle you're trying to pass, and if that's where your attention is, in terms of reasoning that you need to do the up throw, you might actually get this far without ever thinking to yourself, that coin always means up throw. If you see what I'm saying, that like it's very possible that players will just kind of get there without actually understanding that's going to be a consistent signal, simply because they might have done the up throw correctly for totally different reasons. Because you see how this looks when I get here, right? Like it's and I think maybe it's also partly just a starting position of the fire, but that of course depends on my own timing when scrolling into this location horizontally. So, I mean, I don't know if you're just out of entities or something, but something that more permanently lights that spot, I think, is a good idea. Okay, firebar segment here. Looks like I am supposed to hit that question block with something. Likely this is going to be a vine, and likely those boxes are telling me that I do not want to jump into that. Okay. Yeah, because I would assume that maybe this is blocked off on both sides. And yeah, Mamuga, I don't know if I can actually do the skip to queue reward tonight anyway, because on my web browser end, I'm not actually able to log into Warp World right now, and so manual queue management is currently not a good idea. So hopefully I don't have to do many fixes on the back end today, because that might end in disaster. Nope. Needed it to jump up top. I wonder if I can reset. No, I can't. Okay. So I am just going to take the death, but whoa, or I can ride some of these up. That doesn't get me anywhere, though. I can jump on the firebar, yeah, that's what I saw. And if I do jump on the firebar, I can use the invincibility bone shell. And I missed a coin, okay. That's fine, I'll see if I can get rest. Whoops, nope. Hang on. Okay. Now let's let that thing whip its way around, and then we'll just do invincibility. Nope, too late. Oh, you know what? No, I can just do the bone shell jump because I get another bone shell there anyway, which, if I had bothered to get the coin on the right side, again, I would have seen that. Okay, let's just head to the right then. And wait for these guys. Nope. Got whipped. And yeah, I guess I could just ride that firebar on the way up, but... if you lose the shell, you can make it, but you can't get the coin. Okay. Yeah, you can jump on them, but I guess... I'm looking at the positioning there, and I was thinking that that might not be worthwhile. Oops, nope. Sure, let's check the positioning just to test this out. Of course, part of what's going on here is that the firebar timing for the rotation versus the tracks is going to be, I think, slightly offset, if I'm reading that correctly. I just need to get over that. Nope. Sure, let's scout ahead anyway, see how this might be gated off. Interesting, on-off switch. I guess that would be pick up the shell and give it a toss. No toss. Oh no, it's a ground pound. Yeah, ground pound. That's one of those things that should be obvious to me. Nope. Once again, missing coin 5 or coin 6, I guess, from what you were saying. Nope. That could have ended badly. There we are. Nope. Just landed there in the dark. So yeah, I'll have to be a bit more cautious given that this is a dark level. That those saw blades definitely come out of nowhere. No, it was trying to duck into the bone shell, and that did not work out. Yeah, I know that you're kind of limited by entity space, also the placement of objects on tracks, etc. That you can only do so much when it comes to overlaps. And okay, here we go. And I don't actually need to keep this. Oops. And whoops. Almost. Nope. Okay. That is optional, of course. Much as I like to complete everything if I can. Okay, let's not get too ambitious here. Yeah, as you can see, like if you do a high bounce off of the blade, you do potentially just fall right into the next one. And I know you probably didn't want the player to necessarily bounce up on these things, but given how much fun that deflection is, I think people may naturally try it. Okay, on off. Ah yeah, this unlocks this gate over here. We have skewers. Okay. Skewer is going to unblock that guy. Why would we want to do that? Because we wanted to punch through this wall. Nope. That was a bad idea. I was trying to lock it up again. And now I am just dead, okay. That's right, another shot at coin 5, I guess. Oh no, we hit checkpoint. No, that's before coin 5. Or what I'm seeing as coin 5, which may actually be at least 6. Okay, there we go. For once. Nope. That's okay, we got the coin. That's the important part. 5 before CP1. Okay, yeah, so we definitely missed one. Oh, whoa, that was a close one. Nope. Yeah, there's sometimes a little bit of lack of clarity over whether I can proceed without the bone shell. I mean, it takes a while to get to the actual check, but... Whoops. Really should just bounce on those. Whoops. Maybe not like that. Here we are. No. Thought I was reasonably confident in that jump, and that did not turn out quite the way I would have liked. No. It's okay. Yeah, we'll probably just skip the coin for now, since we've seen that we can get it, and I've apparently been ruled out of the key door anyway, so I'm not going to try for it. It would be nice if I could make a comparatively easy jump, though. I guess the way I'm seeing it is that I'm sometimes trying to do that jump from the top of the fire bars positioning on a track. And at that point, let me see how visible the ceiling is. But, yeah, because avoiding the ceiling part of the issue here. Okay, let's not get thrust right into the next one. Yeah, you see, I'm pulling back, but I'm only pulling back because I know it's there. I think the sort of natural jump arc coming down from that first blade does take you directly to the next track. So, it might just be a spacing issue more than anything, in terms of being able to fall safely. But of course, there's so much that players are going to bounce on anyway, just from the presence of the spike balls. Okay, skewer segment. There we go. Let's let it issue a retraction. Let's let it issue another retraction. And what? Oh, no. I do still need to have it let me through. I'd forgotten about that, having only looked previously at the blocks that were being broken apart. Okay. Same kind of interaction here. And yeah, this is safe. Whoops. Okay. We'll need a particular pattern here. Probably this side first. Nope. Nope. Can I survive? No, not quite. And wow, the queue has really filled up in the meantime. Thank you for all the submissions from people who I may have failed to acknowledge earlier, by the way, as having come in. The chat was moving rapidly during both of the raids we received, as well as when my eyes had to be in two separate locations during the Terminator level, so... And K2 Hegemon, welcome. Well, okay, that went somewhat efficiently. Nope, pull back. And okay. Here we are. And up we go. just have to remember to let these punch in additional time. I don't have to deal with reading them while they are potentially off screen. Yeah, just going to let it punch. Okay, there's going to be a request for Luigi, and of course, it's going to take effect right away because I was too busy watching the request instead of actually surviving. But yeah, maybe we'll have better luck with the green guy in the ghost house. And here we are. Really sort of interesting how foundational Luigi's Mansion really was in terms of establishing more of Luigi's identity as a character. Probably the most influential boost his character has received is since SMB2, which was where they began to differentiate him as the high jumping one. Okay. Forward we go. Yeah, I know I could go right away, but I'd rather not get clipped off from something off screen. I'd rather be much more cautious. And I say that, of course, just as I almost died to that. So as you can see that the timing here is going to depend on when you scroll in and how you scroll in. That you're not always going to have that consistent or convenient a pattern. And yeah, once again, a single bounce would have been fine if I knew that the bone shell was going to be here. We'll keep it on reserve, of course, now that we know it exists. Why is there this on-off gate here when we were already in the off state coming in? Because... let's see, probably... off... Why would I possibly want it off? Or on, rather. I see, okay, because I want to do an up throw here. It's not actually clear to me whether I will get clipped by the Potoboost, but I assume the answer is I don't think so, in fact, but I guess they're mostly there as a track lighting system. Okay, so this is an exercise in throwing accurately, which I will not be doing. Here we are. Oh, whoops. Didn't account for that. Ah, I see. So the on-off switch is a reset point. Whoops. Nope, nope, nope. Here we are. Okay. Tap this. And one more. And grab the coin. Oh, okay, I see. Do you have to take damage for the pipe, which... Okay, coming through here, yeah, I guess that is going to require the 2 coins that we missed. Okay, it looks like it's a bit of a boss fight here. Let me just scout ahead to see what's going on. Hit the on-off switch a few times, and then we have fire that is going to create a couple of mantra drops. Okay. So when we jump on top, I do need to stay low. I also need to not fall into the gap that is created in the middle. Okay, so that's going to move the fire onto the next track. Okay. And yeah, hopefully I don't need to keep the bone shell. Yes, I do. Okay. Now we know. Up. Okay. It could have gone wrong very easily. But let's get around over here. Oh, missed. Get up, get up, get up. Nope. Okay, fairly straightforward in terms of what I need to do, but sometimes I have to not depend too much on the bone shell there in terms of invincibility, just because of the wake-up time. Really interesting to see the bone shell being used in this way to act as its own little replacement for the SMB3 functionality of the Tanuki suit, which hasn't really come back, even though there was a statue Tanuki. Okay, we're going to die. There was a statue Tanuki in 3D World, but it was mostly just used as a hard drop on the cat. I mean, it's not the same thing. It's the thing that's the super cat bell. But the idea of transforming into a lucky cat statue is very similar to what the Tanuki suit was originally doing. But it's statue form, which was such a rare interaction in SMB3 even to begin with. But that's something that I think has kind of maybe become a bit lost or underrated about SMB3 is just how many elements we associate with it are things that only really appear once or twice, or, you know, like, even with keeping the classic Mario item progression, in terms of keeping power-ups from level to level, some of them are, in fact, extremely sparse and hard to come by. Basically, things like the hammer suit, the Tanuki suit as opposed to the leaf, and the statues are in Odyssey. I did play Odyssey to 100%. I don't know why I didn't remember that. Okay, nope, bad timing. Sometimes you can just see well in advance that the ground pound timing is not going to work out. But yeah, it's been weird to see the boot in particular go from this very idiosyncratic one-off item that you needed to hijack in a special way to being one of the staple elements of both of the Maker games. But the Bone Shell has been really interesting in that, you know, it's a Maker 2 original that I think has really found a great home for itself in the series. I think we'll probably see it in some form with future Mario games, even in a non-Maker context, because it's just such a valuable addition and so very distinctive. PHX? 1138. And yeah, thank you for offering me first clear on this version, of course. Hopes that's valuable playtesting information when it came to what kind of spots I'm having trouble reading and which places I do feel a little bit blind, but I think conceptually it's pretty easy to understand. E-coins for boss bonus, so I guess we did have to miss out on that. Yeah, and hope you collect some good playtest data from here as you continue to chip away at this. So, thank you once again, Glitch. You get a second shell in the boss room. Okay, interesting. Okay, that would it would not be from on-off state though, right? Because you're manipulating the state yourself, but it might be from something that's initially spawn blocked, I guess. I don't know, just speculating. But good luck to whoever sees it. And thank you for all the GGs. Mr. Laser, welcome, by the way. I didn't see you come in earlier. Let's see here. Yeah, usually I go to sub next, but since Terminator is a repeat, I'm just going to stay on next for the time being, so we can get through more of the massive pile that has accumulated. You get one through the key door. Ah, yes, no, that's right, because of the one that's in the bottom layer in the checkpoint room. I remember that now, that you go through the key door and then it's matched to the other door that's right by the bone shell on a track. So, Penguin Lord, thank you for checking in. I did just see your GG, so nice to have a double confirmation of your continued presence. And yes, Glitch, you have a good night. Thank you once again for submitting. Penguin Lord, do you have any particular requests? And just let me know. Because, yeah, we got up to King of Bosses, which took me some time last time, actually. But if you have anything in particular that you want to show me, okay, the Abandoned Mines. Mine that has been abandoned due to piranha plants and Goomerats. Just running over the place. Gilmore has the world record already. But, yeah, Gilmore definitely has a lot of those record times all over the place. So, not exactly a surprise. Okay. There we go for the Abandoned Mines. This is, of course, a spin jumpable location. The skulls are just there to be decorative, I think, too. Ah, I see, because the skulls are telling you consistently that those are going to be piranha plants. You know, if you have the entities to spare to do that kind of thing, that's actually a great idea, because of just how slow the plant spawns are in Mario Maker when the pipes end up on screen, such that if you're going quickly, they do have potential visibility problems. What's this pair of skulls doing here, though? Oops. Guess that might be a spawn point for the spike ball. Yes, that's true. Okay. Blue pipe up here. Let me check down here first, though. Checkpoint down there. Okay, obviously we'll do blue pipe first. Who's Gilmore? Gilmore is a maker who was one of the makers of 4YMM, and who is also just a very speedy player. Gilmore has a whole bunch of records on levels that I've played before. Yeah, very solid maker in his own right. Okay, so I missed out on that, but yeah, I guess you can't do it a second time because the springs would have already been popped from those blocks, and so. However, oh no, I was wondering, okay, can you exploit this by just having this tap the switch from off to on? And no, you do protect against it. So Pretty interesting concept for a single-use bonus room. I don't see very many of those, in fact, in Mario Maker, like people who actually do one-shot only bonus rooms, especially in these more lightweight traditional settings. So, kind of nice to see how that concept is implemented. And here we go. Yeah, Gilmore hangs around on a lot of the streams in our immediate viewer level circle as well. Our streaming circle. The blue skull might be a hint, okay. Don't think I was actually paying much attention to the blue skull, to be honest. This thing is just going to break, but then once the on-off is released, that's when I can come through and drop towards the 50 coin, I see. Is it going to spawn? Okay, great, it'll stay alive. And might as well tap this on our way out. Just in case that does anything. Okay. And that's gonna be it. Yeah, definitely can see that you put a lot of time into the aesthetics in terms of how all those pillars of overlaid semi-solids and mushroom platforms are put together. So, very pretty looking level. I do like the concept for that single-use challenge room quite a bit. Fluffy Utters, you have a one-shot bonus room in one of your levels, but it's a semi-janky concept in 3D world. Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you for that. Let's get on to whatever's next. And it's going to be Document. Document is present. It's going to be Minecart Mayhem. These minecarts move way too fast to be safe. And look at that, it's a perfect 10,000 attempts on this so far, and we're totally going to spoil it. Here's attempt 10,001, apart from any other simultaneous players that might be on this. Okay, so it's going to be a Thwomp cart. Oh, okay, I have 90 seconds. I do, in fact, have to. I was paying too much attention to seeing how the setup was going to work. Really pay much attention here. So, yeah, okay, so it's going to be this Thwomp drop, and I cling on to that thing, and then I should actually pay attention to playing the level, but I'm too busy watching the interaction here. Thwomp drop is going to do what here? Oh yes, because it drops to spring, and then that's how you do it. Yeah. Okay. And then you hit the POW, but then I can continue riding it out. Yeah. There we go. Nice to have that cling location there. And then, yeah, I do need to take advantage of the fact that SMB2 is going to keep me steady. Okay, here we go. Trying to jump a little too early there, because of course the coin indicators all drop with the POW. And I do have plenty of time to see them in advance, of course, to know that the jump is coming. Nope, trying to do a bit of an adjustment jump there. That was a terrible idea. And let's just... Nope, too early. Okay. Very satisfying to have that vine for safety, even though I did see on an early attempt that it's not strictly necessary. Just going to see what's going on here. Yeah, the next thing is just going to propel, and then there's going to be an additional jump that is going to require me to get into that gap. That's going to be something interesting to play around. Might need to duck into that. Oops. When I get there, anyway. Okay. Drop in. Not quite. Of course, a lot of this is just adjusting to the unusually great momentum that you get. But yeah, I do still need to be holding right into that jump just to land back on a moving target. There we go. Okay, that worked out surprisingly well. No, I needed to pick that up while I was getting there early enough in order to pick up the POW on top of the blue platform. Or at least in a position that would allow me to drop onto the blue platform. I do know how to read that, I just got a little caught off guard. None of the vines are necessary. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. I'm glad they are here anyway, though, for the same reason that I'm glad to have vines underneath vertical pipe entries. Because you certainly don't want somebody missing from feeling like they have done the right thing. And especially if they don't just make the assumption that every jump is going to be a full jump. So I guess a lot of people would assume that, but given the partial coin trails here that just give you as much information as you need, might as well eliminate that uncertainty. So, let's drop down. Up we go. And... oh, whoops. I did need to duck, of course. That would also be what gets me over. As I discovered last time, getting over that was not actually too bad. Oops. No, I don't want to duck here, obviously. I do need to maintain my position, because then that way I never actually leave the surface of the shell if I'm 2 tiles high when making contact with the POWs. Okay, I should not be pulling back on that jump. I really do need to be holding right into it. I am pulling back in a way that is mistaken, though. I don't know why I have a habit of doing that, but yeah, no, I can see what's going on now. It's because I'm consistently trying to pull back to hedge on the shell's position, when I should trust that it is, in fact, going to give me the correct landing location. Okay, now I'm actually slipping a little too far. It's okay, it just requires a little bit of adjustment. Whoops. Yeah, the attempt before that, I had once again tapped my way to the right a little too aggressively going into that segment. will just be launched and launched and launched. Nope, too late. I am likely to be closing the queue by the time I'm finished with this level, by the way, so people who do have submissions to get in, I do recommend you get those codes ready fairly soon. Because I do want to have a reasonable chance at actually getting through the remaining queue. Oh, nope, too late. So yeah, just need to make these minor adjustments here and there, just for the sake of accuracy. There we are. Duck. Yeah, that's surprisingly safe. Nope. Oddly enough, I could have landed safely on a cloud if I wanted. Took me a moment there to read whether I should go for that cloud or go for the shell, and instead I wound up doing neither. Hey, there we go. Very satisfying when you do get it. Love how you get repositioned into the center as well. Nope. Yeah, I think I need to jump up. On my way up, I give it a kick, and I then need to probably land on that shell almost immediately. I definitely spent way too long on the cloud on that attempt. Okay, here we are. Given that the record is about, 30 seconds ahead of timer, I assume that we shouldn't have to deal with too much tightness. But... whoops. I guess the sub 100 second timer, though, still has the benefit of giving you nice and panicky music just to match the frenetic pace of this level itself. Nice landing zone. Oh, that was terrible. Oh yes, you just mostly wanted fast music as well, yeah. Okay, here we are. Nope. Someone actually sent this level to you today, okay. You mean somebody other than Donkey-Mint decided to pass it as a suggestion. Okay, let's move around. Nope. Yeah, kick and land, probably. Or bounce. Land. I need to think about this carefully. Ah, yes, of course Supernova would send it. Supernova, I think, has played the complete works of Donkey-Mint by now, so... definitely understandable that you would have that code at ready. I haven't seen Supernova on all week. I don't know if he's been taking a break or if I've just been off Twitch a little more than usual. But here we are. Because there was a period of a couple of weeks when Supernova was extremely active on Twitch and doing playing or making almost every day. Nope, too low. Came in way too low, actually. Yeah, so I need to take advantage of the fact that the shell does get slowed down by this segment here, that if I land on a cloud and go right away, I do have time to get on it. It's just that I'm kicking the shell from a position that's a little bit too low anyway, and so I'm landing poorly before I have a chance to even jump towards it. And here we are. Nope. And yeah, I'm trying to process what part Electrodude is actually talking about. But oh, after this POW at the front? That's definitely the thing that's giving me most trouble so far. Oh, Supernova actually is streaming right now, okay. Yeah, it's the result of running at very similar times. Nope. Still reading that to see if... I mean, the cloud obviously does give you a landing zone. Question is whether I can play around that fact a little more accurately than I'm doing. He's talking about the furthest part that I've gotten to. Okay. And here we are. Nope. Okay, down we go. It was always sort of interesting to see minecarts emerge as this element that's specifically associated with Donkey Kong Country, because prior to that, like the idea of this minecart thrill ride, it would have been something I most associated with Indiana Jones and a Temple of Doom, but then DKC comes along and just really makes it this very easily identifiable platforming concept, although I really liked the way that was rethought for the circus world in DKC 2. And that had a really interesting spin on the minecart concept. But we are. Nope. Too late. Once again, just poor landing on a cloud. Yeah, it didn't hit the shell of momentum. That's definitely part of it. I'm also just landing awkwardly when going into it, so I'm always trying to make a little bit of a minor adjustment there, and it was creating some issues. Okay, so it's going to be a back and forth thing where you go left to right, right to left, and then the thwomp will eventually thwomp its way towards the key, which is pretty interesting. Let's see if we can do that. Nope. Have to actually stay crouched. Here we are. But yeah, the forward momentum was definitely a bit of a thing here. Whoops. Didn't hold the charge jump for long enough there. Okay, here we are. No. Have to stay standing. Have to hold the handrail while we're at it. Okay, here we are. And yeah, Natcat, I'm sure I can make you feel better about the spaghetti fest in that last jump when I demonstrate attempts that are perhaps not that much more successful. Okay. Do need to get up fairly early and also just have a little bit more forward momentum going out of that jump as well, I think. Just dashing off that shell. Caught me by surprise the first time I saw it, so... Whoops, losing a tiny bit of time there on just a momentary adjustment. Whoops. And Zero Planes has been back a while and just lurking? Yeah, of course. Quite welcome to. I expect lots of lurking on this stream, especially given the hours I tend to run. Nope. Tipped right over. And here we are. I don't know if it's actually true, Netcat, that streamers have more spaghetti. It's just that we tend to make it a lot more noticeable. Okay, still not quite getting that. Once again, just not taking enough advantage of forward momentum. I may even be going too early. Although, looking at that setup there, I mean, I know the curved tracks here are mostly just giving me a marker for visibility. That the tracks are actually entirely about visibility, and so I'm looking at what the track on that final back and forth segment is doing for me. And I'm thinking that my estimate of where the shell is going to go is probably a little bit off in terms of how far it's going to take me before I have to jump. What is a stream if not simply an exhibition of one spaghetti? I mean, I guess it's especially true for people who stream cooking shows, which I think is actually a thing. But I'm sure there's a massive community on cooking show Twitch that I just know nothing about. I always think about like how, I mean, I don't always think about it, but I often think about how one of the first people I really watched a lot of video gameplay of was actually Husky Starcraft, who had one of the very popular early StarCraft 2 channels back in 2010 and for a few years afterwards. And then he just kind of disappeared from the game entirely, partly because I believe he married the massive cooking show YouTuber, Rosanna Pansino, who was, I think for a while, one of the top 10 channels on YouTube or something, entirely from a cooking show. And so, that's your esports and cooking crossover for you, is that Husky Starcraft just ended up doing production assistance on his spouse's show. And that's literally the only thing I know about cooking show YouTube. It's just because of the StarCraft connection. But here we go. Curve tracks are also supposed to be like minecart tracks. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like well, I mean, it's still DKC, I guess. Okay. Because that was something that was very visibly identifiable about the way that minecart levels were done in DKC, as well as that you would have that little lip of rail that goes up or down. It's one of those minor artistic decisions that had a big impact for visibility. And, you know, people are always talking about markers and indications in Mario Maker and so on, and I'm of course of the general opinion that a lot of things are way over-indicated, but no, I want to hold up going into that. I missed my opportunity. Yeah, once I grab the key from the swamp hitting the block, I just need to hold up on either of those, going left to right or right to left. And it looks like you used your entire door budget on that, in fact. That's... You have 4 different entry doors just for the sake of accuracy. The curvature at the end is an indicator of where the shell card is going. Yeah, I see that. I understood that when I was making some adjustments to that final sequence. But yeah, I like the indications here. You know, the coin trails are not excessive. They just give you enough to work with, and it's kind of interesting that because the coin trails, if you're just following the coins, you know, you can let up a bit early. If you let up early, of course, the vines are there to save you, and so you have a fair bit of flexibility for how people are going to be reading the coins at all. And that they stay up just long enough to make that coin drop after the POW activation not present too much of a problem. But yeah, what I've come to understand about indications, and of course it's a little bit different from Mario Maker because we just have a limited palette of assets to work with, is that most of the history of platformer design has actually been about minimizing indicators. Like, if you kind of look at it from that perspective, that a lot of level design is just about how to give you visual information in a way that looks well hidden and is subtle. And I think that's why, you know, when you see a lot of things like track indicators and such on other levels that try to be a bit more specific about that, why? Even though it's necessary for a lot of design concepts to work, it is something that feels specific to a Maker game in a way that you would never see in some kind of official product. It's not just because Nintendo didn't do it, but it's because platformer games in general, you know, if you kind of have access to your own artwork, you're going to be doing something much more subtle. Nope, missed. I was holding up into that, I was just a little bit late. And yeah, fluffy udders, I feel like it's definitely kind of a minority opinion among streamers in particular, but I think streaming, you know, just by its very nature is going to favor certain kinds of pacing and clarity, even for all the diversity of playstyles that exists out there. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it is absolutely necessary to make certain concepts playable, but there's a difference between, you know, doing it because the level needs it and doing it because everybody else is doing it, which I think is what goes on very often. So it's kind of nice to see these track indicators because, of course, they are not at all what we normally think of when it comes to how tracks are used for visual information in this game. But they are still, like, very valuable visual information that you're not really going to be able to do with any other, of course, element because it's only the tracks that give you that curving shape. So okay, there we go. And but yeah, I mean, it's there to minimize guesswork, right? Like, you don't want to guess about objects throwing positions and such. But that's why I think something like a lot of Kaizo Tech, though, is something that's only ever really going to be specific to a lot of, you know, homemade level communities, be it ROM hacks or Maker games or whatever else. Okay, let's get onto the checkpoint once again. And yes, it's very much about speed as well. Yeah, I'm too slow on the pluck. I do need to do the piano trill method, I think, just to get through things quickly here. Nope. Too high there. Just seeing what's going on. Okay, land on top of that guy and then jump off in the segment after that. That's going to dip quite low. You have to jump right at the bottom of the camera position. Okay. A little bit too much momentum going into that. And here we go. And up. Very nice find there. Okay, that's going to... it should be landing to my left. I should be getting to a position of safety, and I then should be jumping on top of that shell. That's how I'm understanding it. Okay, once again, too much momentum. I do need to hang left a little bit. That's why, in fact, I was having so much trouble in the first segment with that one shell that I was undershooting. I think it's because I was pulling back on the landing to cut momentum. And now I kind of understand that because I'm slipping off to shells where I'm not doing that. Okay, down we go. And yeah, once again, not cutting back quite enough. So the thing that you can't really see on stream is that for the plucking part here, I'm actually switching to my index and middle fingers. And then once I land on a shell, I'm switching back to my thumb. Because that I find is the most effective way to just do a lot of fast repeated plucking without giving yourself any kind of strain injury. And it is something that's very much keyboard technique. Okay, very nice. I like that. And okay, it's a Birdo segment. How is this a Birdo segment? I mean, I guess I can pop this, but then I just need to run in here. Whoops. Okay, sure. We'll just ride this out, but we can just sort of visualize this as being the big beaky gates that always takes you through to the next zone in SMP2. That would require a high jump, of course, but that's a clear. Relatively short for a document level, but that's because you cover lots and lots of space very quickly. And so yeah, lots of fun. And very readable in general, I think. I don't think I had too many issues with that, apart from the parts where I was adjusting to pulling back or not pulling back on top of a moving target. Definitely I needed some repeated attempts to understand the back and forth boss key room. But other than that, thank you for the level, and let's take a look at what's next. I am going to close the queue, by the way, as I said earlier, so I hope all submissions got in fine. And yeah, once again, since we're only going to get into repeats, I think, if we do sub next, I am going to get into next. Momuga, I'm going to read that message in a moment. Let me just make sure I punch in a code in the meantime. And also, I do need to edit my stream information just to be clear that the queue is, in fact, shut for now. For those of you new here, sometimes if it turns out we get a whole run of levels that are actually very short and manageable, and we have time left over at the end, I sometimes reopen for a bonus round. It's almost always a bad idea, but I tend to do it anyway. And let me just make sure the bot is displaying properly. And yeah, once again, Document, thank you for submitting. Always good to have you here. Show off what kind of crazy concepts you've been cracking out. And did I punch? something in already? Okay, no. Let me just make sure the bot is being responsive. Okay. It's going to be back to Team Jamp World since it was submitted by Taldir, but once again, I'll just be doing one selection from it, just so we can get to more levels by viewers who are present. Mumuga, you're saying platformers are usually games with perfect information. In a game theoretic sense, I'm not sure that's quite accurate to what people are usually talking about in terms of perfect information, in terms of, you know, whether you kind of have complete access to the state. It's in fact possible to come up with some fairly trivial Mario Maker examples where that's not the case. You know, just in terms of off-screen setups, etc. But yeah, I think I get your point though, in terms of basically trying to minimize things like trial and error, which is why things like object throwing locations and also adjusting around things that are very high-speed setups are when you see indicators becoming more necessary. The issue that I'm talking about with indicators generally is that sometimes I think people do them in excess, not for level design reasons, but for reasons of like basically social pressure. And, you know, because that feels like the normal thing to do, or because it feels like streamers with very little patience for figuring things out are kind of badgering them into doing it. And I think, you know, if people do indication in their levels, they need to understand the theory behind it, and they need to understand that they're doing it for the right reasons. And when it comes to, you know, playtesting your levels and seeing how people will read things, that has to come with experience and a lot of failure along the way. Anyway, let's get into one more of these. It's going to be Bouncy Airship. But yeah, it's very true that just simply because of the complexity of setups that you're building with Maker elements, rather than original artwork that you can design for each level, the way that Nintendo does, it's very true that you're often going to have a lot of information on the screen that you have to narrow down. Simply because even very basic interactions, like how to set up certain danger zones like these munchers under the mole, even a lot of those basic interactions are going to sometimes require multiple elements to put together. Okay, I very clearly do need to go first cycle on the cannonballs, otherwise timing is going to be an issue. So, burning a lot of lives on relatively simple stuff, but this is just kind of a bit of an initial read-through. Whoops, just... Oh, I see what's happening there. At the point when the platform is falling off the track, I'm not really accounting for that bit of acceleration when planning my jump. Okay, up we go. And back we are. Also, Donkeyman, I missed what you said earlier about everybody would have thrown the last beetle. Oh, I see. With SMP2, like if they're jumping on it and giving it a toss. Yeah, for the one that's with the boss music segment before the pipe. I see what you mean. Okay. Here we are. Oh, no. let's do a bit of an adjustment around this guy here. And forward. Bit more momentum and a better landing. And yeah, Fluffy Udders, here's the thing, right? Is that if none of these setups were time sensitive, then you absolutely wouldn't need any indicators on bumpers telling you to bounce off the right side. I think it's kind of done for consistency because there are a few moments when you only have one shot and you have to get it right on the first time. Like, you wouldn't be able to adjust on the bumper if you are in a segment where you have to do it on the first cycle or bust. If you don't have to do it on the first cycle anywhere on this level, then no, you actually wouldn't really need something to tell you to bounce off the right side, I think. But it's fine. I mean, obviously, you know, you'll have people who struggle with it either way. I don't think readability is an issue here at all. I think it's pretty clear. But it's also correcting for habits that people have, I guess. That people do have a habit. Even if they know that the right thing to do is to bounce off the side, people like to land at dead center. I think that there is this sort of natural bias we have towards symmetry. Which is why, you know, when things have a bit of a one-tile offset, like bumping a moving shell from the right direction, for instance, indication is very helpful for things like that, because you correct for the fact that a lot of people might sort of unthinkingly try to land everything dead center because that feels like the safest thing to do. But that's just a little bit of player psychology, I think, that you kind of pick up from observation. And here we go. No, I do need to go right away. I was not counting for the time it would take for me to wind up a dash going into the left side. And okay, here we are. And down we go. And okay, great, we actually get to cling under the pipe, which is always nice. And so this is interesting. This is interesting because the skull bumper here gives you no indicator. And it kind of expects you to know that you should be bouncing off to right, I think. Although you do need to clear a fair bit of height there, so maybe that's not the case. And Nintanner is going to come in with a party of 8. Thank you, Nintanner, for coming by. Nintanner, given that it is the Ninja part of the season, I assume that you've been doing quite a bit of that, given that I see you really high on the leaderboards every time around. And so I guess it's just one last kick at the can for that. So whether you've been doing ninjas or something else completely, I hope everything has been fine on your side. But yeah, last I checked, Nintendo's is always really way up there on the leaderboards for Ninja times. And definitely a stream that, if you like maker content, you should be dropping by. And he does the secret route as a speedrun. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Hard to get even a single completed run. Yeah, I guess... Whoa, let's not start over. Just from the length and a lot of the interdependence of elements in that level, that if you kind of know that you've fallen off the kind of optimality you're going for, then yeah, it's going to be lots of resets all over the place. I haven't been doing this Ninja very much. I usually just, you know, poke around with them blind and ignore the meta for a bit and try to get into top 1% or so just for my own routing. This one I haven't done it for yet, simply because the task of just even finding a basic, competent gold medal route for it, I found was something I wasn't really putting in the time to do just yet. But yeah, certainly hope you've been enjoying it on your side, and that the current personal best is moderately acceptable. Oh, whoops. And here we are. Okay, so Momuga was just kidding about the secret route. Yeah, I guess it's sort of in the nature of the Ninja levels that since you're doing them for speed, there's just a whole bunch of fluff and several of them that, you know, you have secret locations that most players would just never see. I was told there was a whole secret room as well in the 35th anniversary auto level that I don't think I personally uncovered. There are some little trolley elements to them too, from time to time. Okay, bounce on this guy, bounce on this guy. And up we go. And there's another secret room in the new Ninja. Yeah, exactly, that's the one that Momuga telling me about. So interesting. I was saying everything earlier about that bumper coming after a level that had conditioned you to take bumpers on the right side the whole time, and of course that bumper to my left is one that you do in fact hit dead center. Looks like we missed a secret that drops you from the yellow pipe. But unfortunately, given the Super World format, we will not be able to repeat that for secret. So thank you for that submission, Taldir. We'll get back into more viewer levels. And Elarin, good luck with fixing your sleep schedule. As you can see, that's something that both I and most of my regular viewers have failed at abjectly. And so, hopefully it goes much better for you than it has for everybody else here, regardless of time zone. Thank you for the GGs, and thank you to the patience of everybody who has submitted and is waiting, including Roby Angel, who has been around all this time. Let's see, 27X, N5N, 0XF. And yeah, let me just catch up and chat quickly to see if I missed anything critical. I think I roughly addressed some of the discussion earlier, so. Hyrule Champions in Versus. Okay, we'll be playing this in single, but we'll see what kind of experience it is in single. And afterwards, we'll try to remember to check how it's been going in terms of being seeded into multiplayer. I see a very high likes ratio on this already, so that's a good sign. With a high completion rate too, of course. Okay, so you have a bit of a timed starting gate with a P-switch here, where everybody is kind of synchronized with the P-switch release, as they often would be in a 4-player race. After that, it looks like it's just going to be stomp. Oh, I see. So you just stomp as fast as you can, and then you go through here. Yeah. No, this is going to be head bump, right? Should be. And you can see one of the other players who is kind of fighting with this. I guess if you are taking one of the bottom rooms, you might be able to see all 4 on screen. If you are... Oh, kind of interesting that you use the piranhas as an indication of what to do with the head bump on a POW as well. And then everybody's just kind of locked their own room here for this one. Okay. It's a good concept. I don't really tend to do much in a way of seeing multiplayer race levels for myself in racing form, simply because I've almost never had a functional game of multiplayer, so I played very little of that mode. And goal. Oh, there we go. Okay. Terminator, you're going to request that I do sub next since the queue is closed now. I may. Let me just see how manageable the list is. Because I know, Terminator, that we might be pushing it with your time zone. But okay, then. Good concept. I can see that. I mean, I could see when you did the piranha plants that you had plenty of entity budget that was just being spent on stuff like that to indicate it for all 4 players. Grand prize of 900 rupees and 6 multiplayer versus matches already, so looks like it's been seeded pretty successfully. And yeah, I love the artwork, by the way. I'm glad we checked this screen just to have a bit of pixel art as a treat. And we have another raise, Supernova, coming in with a party of 5. Let me just acknowledge, first of all, that we passed a level, and secondly, that we are going to receive I Am the Supernova, and all of the people who have come along. Okay, sorry, what was I going to check? List. And let me see how we're doing Terminator in terms of attendance. And then I'll just make a decision about this very quickly. Okay, if you folks are okay with it, since we only have 1 sub next that's remaining, we'll just punch in Terminator, and hopefully it's something that's be relatively manageable. Terminator, I may have to favor something that's on the shorter, easier side, but we'll look at something interesting, I'm sure. And then we'll go down the list from there, so we're pretty casual about managing this from a queuing perspective, as long as people find that it's a fair process. And yeah, Supernova, I don't know what it is you have been working on. I kind of felt like I didn't see you on stream very much this week, but it is partly because I also haven't been on Twitch very much. Any living on the edge? Okay, great. Warning, hot garbage. Okay, fine, let's not do that. If you're going to warn me like that. Okay, so you want me to pick one from Living on the Edge. And yeah, some of these I'd seen in earlier versions, I think. But we may as well just go in order. This one I hadn't finished. Let me just check some of the clear rates and we'll see. I'll try to do something that's a bit shorter. Troll warning. Now, why would that have a troll warning? Very curious. Okay, let's do one with a slightly higher clear rate, just to power through it. But we'll eventually be doing as much of this as we can, just to tidy up the series. I don't think I had done this one previously, any version, so. Master Sword has brung recruits to help. Let them guide you to the goal, so it looks like it is going to be some kind of nighttime item pushing. And we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure if I always receive super popular levels. I sometimes receive levels that become popular after the fact, I guess. But Okay, so... Oh, okay, so this is going to be a fairly automatic segment here. Now, why am I blocked off? Because I feel like it's going to despawn from here. Oh no, I just can't even get through because of the P-switch expiry. So I do need to be past this gate at the time that you have a P-switch activation. Yeah, I assume that I should not collect any of these, that they are kind of necessary. There we are. And that we shouldn't get hit by that guy like everybody else who has not died to anything else until that point. Looks like a lot of people got smacked there. So yeah, let's just keep pushing and not get trapped by the P. I get a sword here now. Okay. I see. So it's kind of like a... It's not quite a cutscene level because I still need to sort of remain on my toes, but it's one where the first mushroom and flower were doing half the work here. The stream has been alright. Stream's been alright. Okay. Yeah, Terminator, I guess I wasn't expecting to pick one that was quite that brief. But hopefully that is okay with you. And next time we'll hopefully be able to spend longer on one of the more challenging ones, because of course sometimes the clear rates are deceptive, as with the finale level that we saw last week, where it was sub 1%, but it was mostly, I think, just from people not understanding the concept. So yeah, we'll definitely sweep through more of these time. So thank you for that. And let's get back into the queue. How we're doing so far. Hey, Mr. Greggy Spike should be next. And yeah, so Supernova has been going alright. The levels have, as usual, been pretty high quality across the board. Also, good to have this to make up for the fact that I did have to cut the stream that I usually do yesterday. Let's take a look at your maker code, I believe. Please try any jump levels. Okay. And yeah, we ran a lot of the longer Metroid levels by Greggy Spike on the feature stream this week. So we did jump 6. I'm pretty sure I did jumps 5 as well. So we might as well go back a little further. I'm just going to check the clear rates on some of these. Not that I'm being picky, but I'm just curious. And we did number 2, and we never did number 1. 0.9, but only 12 seconds, which is curious. Let me take a look at maybe 4. All of the coins. Okay, let's do it. Fluffy Udders, high quality and HSJ to finish. Oh, you mean your submission? Well, whoops. No, I should first of all take the shell. Take the Shelmet, rather. And then... yeah, take some acceleration. Right, because if I just take the Shelmet, then I can just collide with the icicles just fine. And thank you for the follow. Looking forward to more submissions from Roby Angel when we reopen. So yeah, for anybody who may be new here, Mario Maker is the main thing I do on this stream. Over the next week, we might be swapping that a little bit with some unfinished business I have with Super Mario 3D World. But down to 1 second already. I obviously do need to stay on the path pretty much the whole way. Okay. And we just need to hold right for this, I think. Until we get into this segment here. Nope. 8 seconds. Yeah. No, I do need to get past that as quickly as I can. And then do a nice big swing. Nope. Have to remember to actually pick that up. That might just be important. Ooh, don't look at my entry point into that. I knew my takeoff point from the ice was a little too far to the left. Should we set up co-op Splatoon streams sometime soon? Well, it depends what you mean by soon, but we should probably at least work it out logistically. One of the other streamers I follow has actually, like one of the other Mario Maker streamers I follow has recently been doing lots of Salmon Run. I should get back into some of that as well. Because Salmon Run is one that really benefits from a bit of a party experience, and it's also something that we don't know whether it's going to return in any kind of similar form in Splatoon 3, or if they're going to take the series in a different direction when it comes to co-op. So Splatoon 3, I feel like, is a long way off, but with Nintendo, you never quite know. I mean, definitely seems like they had more to show of it than any other things that they announced 2 years ago. But we'll see. No, pulling back far too much on that jump. Really just need to go full tilt ahead. And also get off the claw as quickly as possible, I think. No time for a backswing. Okay. I should just follow the coin drill, I think. But following instructions is not my forte. What happens first, Splatoon 3 or Prime 4? Splatoon 3. But I guess I'm a bit of a pessimist about Prime 4. Especially once they decided to just restart it. It'll be really interesting to see how Prime 4 is received in an environment when detective vision or scan visor vision just doesn't really impress people anymore like it used to. Because I feel like that was such a large element of what made Metroid Prime distinctive in the first place, in its own time, was just that, you know, everything was so interactable in multiple states of vision and also with multiple weapons, etc., that you had just a lot of fluidity to what the player could do with the suit and how that would interact with the whole environment. And I think I did, in fact, need to do a backswing here. And then, yeah, it's going to be a series of short and long bounces. 3 seconds, though, I feel like I'm nowhere close. Okay, no, I need to do the backswing, for sure. And yeah, Momuga, that is a maker code, but you would be looking for jumps 4 if you're looking for this level. Okay, pulling back too hard. Don't need to do that with the icicles. Yeah, my sense of Prime 4 was that their messaging about the last sort of restarting of development was their way of saying, we kind of promised this kind of thing, and normally they would just cancel it quietly if they hadn't announced it prematurely in the first place, but because they announced so prematurely, they felt like they had to keep the commitment and develop something by that name and let Retro take over that internally. Which means, unfortunately, no more Retro DKC either in the foreseeable future. And okay. No. Here's the thing about Other M. Is that conceptually, like the idea of having a third-person 3D Metroid, where you kind of get the chance to run around a map as swiftly as you do in the 2D games, and blast everything in your path, and just backtrack very efficiently the way you do in 2D. I think the concept's fundamentally sound. And in some ways, the concept is actually more appealing to me than another Prime game. It's just that Other M itself had serious problems in executing on that. Mostly because the map design just wound up being a flat map, right? Like, it's basically a 2D map that was not as interconnected as most 2D Metroid maps. Like, if you think about it from a top-down perspective, it's a game that didn't really take advantage of being in 3D when it came to level design. The way that the Prime games were just so notable for having this incredible sense of verticality and three-dimensional interconnectedness. Okay, maybe I don't have time to do that swing. Given that I have 4 seconds left at that point, I really do just have to go. And to Fluffy Utters, I don't know if you played Samus Returns on 3DS. But I thought that was quite solid. I enjoyed Samus Returns a lot, actually. And that it's the first 2D game we've seen that brought in a lot of lessons about boss design from the Prime series, in fact. They were kind of surprisingly Prime-style bosses. Like a lot of the new boss content that was introduced that was not present in the original Metroid 2. But, okay, no. We can't do that. If I can't do the backswing, though, then what am I doing wrong to make that jump? I think I'm probably going too late. This is a 4% level. I should not be having this much trouble with something simple. Yeah, okay, I just need to go earlier and I need to not lose the shell, but I'm basically going off the claw too late, I think. This full forward momentum, I think, is the way to do it, except I think I just need a lower jump for that part where I'm losing the shell move. Okay. I have not played Shadow Complex. I do know what it is. I know that it was kind of one of the early indie takes on Metroid, relatively speaking, like before the indie Metroid boom really took off in earnest. 14 seconds, okay, so 20-second timer, so we do have a little bit of flexibility for a backswing. Not that much flexibility. Yeah, I can't get hits by the icicle from the side. That was the issue there with losing the helmet. Okay, here we go. Yeah, just a nice quick swing there. We'll do the job, and then that gives us a bit of a cushion to potentially lose some time on this segment here. Okay. Whoops. I didn't know they released a remaster, because the thing, and of course I've never played it, but the thing I had heard about Shadow Complex was that in its original form, it was not quite finished to the state that the developers wanted. That it's one of those games that just kind of ends on you, or at least that's what I may have heard many, many years ago. I may be confusing it with something else. But yeah, I tend to enjoy the Metroid format a lot. I don't really tend to use the term Metroidvania very much anymore, because I think it's become a little bit diluted from what it was originally kind of set up to describe, which was like a subset of Castlevania, that you have Castlevanias that were Metroid style and Castlevanias that are not Metroid style, and suddenly you just started people using Metroidvania for just everything 2D that had even the most minimal amount of backtracking, and to the point where, you know, you can't actually tell anymore when something is described as Metroidvania whether it's actually going to do anything to scratch the Metroid itch. And then something like Hollow Knight comes along and does everything perfectly, and then you start to just rethink all of that. No. Can't swing back and forth too much, or we'll just get blasted by icicles. But yeah, there's still a lot in the sort of indie Metroid category I do need to catch up on, though. I've been hoping to make time for Axiom Verge at some point before the second game. Yeah, Fluffy Udders, I think in general, when people are talking about genre markers, like, they need to realize that there's a difference between how those terms kind of gain currency, like, historically, and how they're used in the here and now to describe something by its characteristics. Like, basically, are you describing a genre by the elements that make it what it is, or are you describing it based on the kind of historical line of influence behind its design, right? And this doesn't just apply to games, it applies to a lot of terminology in art and music and literature and everything else that, like, yeah, people argue about genre terminology all the time just because they don't recognize that there's a difference between sort of using the historical term, like how roguelike came from the game Rogue, versus, you know, what people are describing in terms of the actual formal or stylistic elements that a lot of things in the here and now share in common. And so everybody just winds up being territorial as well as confused. And yeah, that's very true that everybody just sort of describes something as RPG these days, whether it involves rocket-propelled grenades or not. I think you're supposed to jump immediately from the last claw. I think you're right about that. I feel like I'm not engaging with the momentum-based design nearly enough. That I should be skipping over every second bumper and giving the coin trails. And that I'm just totally misreading how far forward I should be tilting at all times. Because I don't have time to swing back and forth, and it also raises the likelihood that I get clipped by an icicle. So. Nope, cut too much momentum there. Do it all fast, okay. Yeah, thank you, Piochesko. Oh, whoops. Yeah, because it seems like it's one of those levels where I'm making things harder for myself than I need to. Like, it's not actually... Like, nothing here is difficult to execute, it's more getting into the correct pocket of understanding the timings. There we are, yeah. There we are. And we'll hit the gate. And yeah, Red Knight I'm generally a big fan as well. But I like map exploration. And I'll get back on that subject in a moment. Let me just make sure I punch in the next code. But the other thing about, you know, Metroidvania is that the kind of two halves of that, like the Metroid half and the Castlevania half, often have very different sensibilities. Electrodude, since there are people behind you in the queue, I might not spend too long on the grind. But we got very, very close to clearing this last time, so let me just get back to subterranean spike ball saving. So yeah, I made a huge amount of progress the last time I played this, about a week ago. I don't know how consistently I can get back into that. But we were, I think, about 3 jumps from finishing this properly. And of course it'll just take some warming up, I think, just to make sure the initial jumps get back together after not looking at this all week. That was actually a better start than I expected, given that sometimes, you know, I kind of need to get my mind back into stuff like this. But what I'm getting at, actually, is when it comes to sort of RPG-style progression, like what you commonly see in Castlevania, where you do have levels, stats, etc., you know, some kind of thing that involves level grinding or currency grinding, etc. It's a very different form of character progression than what you see Metroid and Zelda share in common, where energy tanks, pieces of heart, etc. are usually rewards for completing very specifically designed tasks most of the time. And I find that the difference between that style of design and the kind of meter style of design that's based on, you know, levels or stats or XP or whatever, to be something that has a much bigger impact than I think people realize when it comes to whether a game actually sort of has that Metroid sensibility to it. Not that you need to do it strictly one way or another, obviously. You know, you sometimes see a really good balance between them, which is what I like about Hollow Knight, is that you do, on one hand, have the currency system that is also what the Souls like a Death system in that game is built around, but that at the same time, the major power progression in that game, based on collecting the charms, or the Paper Mario badges as I like to think of them, is, whoops, is something that still sort of follows that discrete style of reward placement, where you feel like you've done some kind of major and specific task to earn them, like found some kind of a very specifically placed location, or reached the moment in the story, etc. And yeah, Supernova, I don't know how many of Electrodude's levels you have caught up on so far. But, I mean, definitely I've sort of gotten myself into the hole of working on some of these harder ones in first place, because I had such a great time clearing everything easier that he has made so far. So this one is down to 0.3, and of course that's affected by the fact that people who can't make the early jumps won't even try. So I think it's actually harder than the clear rate suggests. But yeah, as Electrodude will tell you, Everything but that cape level is something that he can be very proud of. And so Supernova, if you do a Sparky feature, I think you will be in for a treat. And whoops. You've only played 2 or 3, yeah. So, expect bullet hell, is what I'm saying. Because Electro Dude definitely loves his bullet hell dodging bosses. You can't see it in this level, but also really likes his kind of continuously chained setups for some of the harder levels. That a lot of them have this mechanism that you sustain throughout the length of the platforming course. So yeah, Supernova, I'm sure you'll have an absolutely great time. Okay, let's see if we can get back into shape here. I was doing much better than this just a few attempts ago. In fact, with all the early attempts. And we had gotten to the midpoint minus 1 jump so far. So. Just need to get back into shape here. And just get back into the rhythm of landing properly into the shell jumps. And with a little bit of a directional lean. Here we go. And Fluffy Utters, what's 4YMM? Does somebody want to punch in exclamation mark 4YMM? It's actually a command I haven't updated since last summer, but okay, there we go. So yeah, we actually had a great time featuring completionist runs of all the 4YMM last year, in the weeks that the levels were all launched. I did find every cake, and even some of the bonus rooms. Oops. Okay. Nope. Need to land accurately on that guy, and then grab the shell and then go back up, which I've only really seen a handful of times so far, so that still catches me off guard from time to time. Okay, here we are. Yeah, Supernova, there are definitely some really complex setup-based levels in there that I think you'll enjoy very much. Since you are into that kind of thing. Whoops. I knew that I wasn't quite going to clear enough horizontal distance that time. Sometimes you can just tell that it's not going to happen. Okay, there we go. This one is always a bit of a thrill, yeah. Still haven't quite gotten a consistent release location there yet. The thing about that long red shell throw is that if your drop timing behind this throw is wrong, you can't really do much to fix it, even if you just let up on jump early. So I usually know in advance when it's just not going to happen. Because you do still need to land dead center in order to grab the shell off the bowl afterwards. Okay. Up we go. And Supernova, setups are your fetish, but don't tell anyone. There's no need to tell anyone because you advertise it very freely. Find hot new setups in your area. And, okay, up we go. Nope. Obviously, the arrow is pointing left, but for anybody curious, I am doing a shell throw onto right anyway, because I just find that easier to execute than the back throw. And it's also the only way I've been able to do that successfully so far, is by continuing to throw to the right, because I just do not have the muscle memory for the back shot at all. So. And the forward throw is something that I have confirmed actually does work here. So. Okay. And Supernova, you already watched Setup Hub? I mean, isn't that just your own stream? So I guess if you're just reviewing your own VODs from time to time, I suppose that qualifies. Okay. Now it's up here. Yeah, people behind this level in queue, just so you know, I will not be spending too long on it. I have previously spent quite a bit of time grinding away at this over many submissions, but we'll make sure I get back to some other people first. Because some of you have been waiting very, very patiently. And so let me check just to see how long I've been on this one. I'm glad that I have managed to get to the midpoints, even if I haven't quite gotten over it just yet. I've only been on for about 10 minutes, so yeah, we'll put in at least another 10 or so. Ideally, though, my milestone is to at least have one good crack at the post-midpoint segment while starting from the beginning. I do want to make that shell jump. That gets you into the second half. And, okay, here we are. You do see the shell jumps are definitely getting more consistent. I mean, I think the Super Nintendo controller and switching to it out of the Pro controller has made a big difference here. And I'm finding stuff like this much more comfortable to play overall, in fact. Although the input timings are very slightly different, it's barely noticeable, but there is a tiny difference in input latency between controllers, so when I switch back and forth between them quickly, I can kind of notice it with the response time. But in general, I just find the D-pad so much comfier. It's not just jabbing into my thumb. And also because the controller is just much more lightweight in my hands. So. But yeah, I have been consistently playing this game apart from puzzle levels with the Super Nintendo controller since returning to streaming in February. Puzzle streams, I still need the Pro Controller because of the screenshot button and occasionally the rumble. But yeah, I don't really know what people do in terms of controller preference when it comes to playing ISO hacks. And in fact, I don't even know what people do for button preference when it comes to Super Mario World hacks in terms of whether they prefer to match the input, the modern input for spin jumps. Because A for spin jump and dismount in Super Mario World is something that I think is liable to throw people off when they return to it after lots and lots of Maker. And there we go. Hold the camera and miss that jump. Okay, great. I'm glad we accomplished that much at least, because if I need to bail relatively early on this, at least I know I hit that milestone today, which is pretty important. And Supernova, you may have a new level tomorrow. Okay, I guess it must have been the one that you were working on the stream. But I haven't seen your new creation at all, so I have no idea what to expect. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I don't know if it's a matter of the jumps being easier or harder. It's more that for something like a relatively lengthy grind, I find this controller more comfortable. It makes the biggest difference, of course, in 3D World, as I expected, because 3D World is the one where the Pro Controller's issue with potentially missed diagonal inputs, or potentially activated, mistakenly activated diagonal inputs, becomes a huge liability when it comes to long jumps, etc. But here we go. And if you work on it tomorrow, you should have it finished at the end of the day, I see. You work fast, actually, considering the complexity of some of the things you put together. Okay. Up we go. Okay. Halfway decent attempt incoming. Maybe? Nope. Okay, that one... Yeah, even when I start with the practice store, Muncher gives me a little bit of trouble. Now, main thing in the second half after the Muncher is remembering where I need to activate the bounce on the spring. Nope, missed. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where the more you do it, the faster you get. I've actually gotten slower, but... I mean, I have recently returned to poking around in the editor a lot more and actually building something. But the latest concept I've been working on has massive issues with entity budget, because the setup is extremely entity expensive. And can probably be slimmed down, but if I slim it down, then it introduces some potential issues with reliability. Like, I'm reluctant to cut corners on it because, you know, I still need to make sure it's fair. But yeah, it's nice to get back into building time to time. And I kind of agree with having a difficulty making something simple, is that if you're sort of accustomed to a certain degree of complexity as a maker, as you definitely are, that even when you tell yourself to make a simple concept, I think it has its way of escalating. And okay, here we go. Getting that one a lot more often, at least. Unusually often for me. few more attempts, and then... Actually, I haven't been on this for that long, all things considered. So the fact that I'm making a series of good runs today tells me that I would at least like to get past the Muncher at least once. The big Muncher that has been giving me a bit of grief immediately after you get into the second half. Maybe worth it to practice the last section? I don't know, I spent a fair bit of time on that previously, though. I feel like I have to really push for the clear at this point. Although with the last section, like one sort of important thing to jog my memory for is where you do need to reactivate the jump for the landing on the spring, because that does catch me by surprise sometimes, so... Sure, we'll take a brief look at that just to make sure my memory is working somewhat. And then, yeah, it's going to be shell jump over there, and then over to spiny shell, and then over to spring, I think. But this section I'm usually pretty comfortable with as soon as I get over to Muncher. Once I get over to Muncher, a lot of that section just kind of plays out by itself. And Supernova, you're going to be making a harder B-side of that. Actually, Supernova, didn't you just change your profile image to something that was based on the artwork of Celeste? And... let's see here. Yeah, I really do need to return to Celeste at some point, but... I mean... I just have too much to play, and not enough time to deal with it, so... Unfortunately, replaying some things, or cleaning up some things to 100%, has fallen on the back burner. I have this issue sometimes with games where I will get really close to 100% and then tell myself, okay, you know what, I'll take a break from this and come back later, and then by the time I want to go back to them, I feel like I have to start over because I've become too rusty. And that's sort of where I am with Celeste, where, you know, I feel like I have to relearn it if I want to do some of the C-sides and Chapter 9 and other content that I haven't looked at yet. I just haven't found a time to do that. You want to play Celeste and more games in general, though University is not allowing that right now. I mean, yeah, I mean, all of us have had phases of our life like that where we just need to focus. And you want to speedrun Celeste. Yeah, I have no aspirations to do that whatsoever, although cleaning up the golden strawberries might be worthwhile, because just as a lot of people like really enjoy speedruns, the thing I actually do enjoy doing in games is doing single segment or permadeath runs. I'm not totally convinced that Celeste is really well designed for that playstyle. Because it is just so death-based. But it might be worth a look. Because definitely the one thing when it comes to zero checkpoint modes and challenges that I still have marked out as unfinished business is... So one of the first things I ever did on this stream when I first started up on Twitch was Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which has a sort of overall structuring concept I absolutely love, where there's a final level you can challenge whenever you want, but the more of the game you complete, the more of a hit point shield you have going into the final level. Just a few more attempts to Electro Dude, and then we'll move on. And so if you do the rest of the game to 100%, for instance, you get like a buffer of 48 hits that you can take. Which is sort of important because the final level is about 20 minutes long with 4 mini-bosses. It's a platforming level, but it's, you know, one of the most elaborate platforming levels ever that is a single level, such that it's basically a game in itself. Now, I did complete that on stream as one of the first things I ever did, with a mic that was turned way too low at the time. But what I haven't done is the sort of true 100% of doing that level with no shield. The reason I didn't do that was because before they patched the game, it used to be extremely inconvenient to do that because you would basically have to start a new save file every time. Now you don't need to start a new file anymore. You can just go in there and reset your shield to 0. And so that's the big non-Mario platforming item that is very high on my to-do list. Anyway, we made some good attempts today. I'm actually surprised that I managed to get to the midpoint as often as I did. I feel like this is going down the next time I can actually have a sustained session with it. But yeah, good to have a bit of practice on it today, just to keep the fingers warm and keep the timing together. So thank you for that, Electrodude. And Yo Chesco, for you have been here for ages. And thank you so much for your patience, because now we are going to look at 6MC. 78229G. Given I tend to spend longer on average on levels than a lot of other streamers do, it's always nice to see people actually stay through it. Hopefully it's an equally valuable experience for everybody who does get played. It's raining hammers in Bowser Jr.'s airship. Look up. Keep moving. Very new upload by the looks of it, and we'll see what it's all about. And yeah, elaborate boss battles, always lots of fun, so let's take a look. And afterwards we'll see the thing from Fluffy Utters that is apparently nightmarish, but we'll make that determination ourselves. Anyway, very fancy looking ship here. Let's move on up and take a look. And yeah, you know, Electrodude, if you're still here at the end of the queue, what I might do is just go back to try to grind that out. Depending on whether I have time. I might not have time, it depends on Fluffy Utter's level, of course. And other factors like that. Okay, no, I just need to wait this out until the bomb hits. Yeah, that's correct. Except the next bomb that hits is going to block off the on-off switch. Except now we're in a position where that resets by itself. Okay, do need to just account for the rather shaky on-car movements under the blaster. So yeah, a nice rigging on this ship. We'll just jump until we're through. Yeah, nice little light time survival in a way. It's created by that. Okay. Good thing we're in low gravity. Oh, whoops. I thought I still had that available, but yeah, good thing we're in low gravity, just for the purpose of dealing with the hammers here. It's much more reasonable to deal with hammers, in fact, in night airship gravity. Don't know if anybody here has played Return of the Obra Dinn, but I played it off stream back in, well, a few months ago, because I was able to kind of do it on basis of some short segments when I was not really able to stream. And I just reminded of that, of course, because this is a ship level. Okay, we are supposed to bounce on top of the bombs. Right, so the P location is strictly there to tell me that. We do have a... Whoops. Second run at it. I can see that if you lower enough bombs, that eventually you can actually get the blaster to stop spawning, I think, if you just consistently bounce and miss. The hammers are giving me all kinds of trouble here in terms of zoning me out, but that's okay. Bouncing on a bomb in the lowest level is still acceptable. And now we wait for the bomb activation on the on-off switch below. Okay. Here we go. And we'll just wait for the activation once again. Ah, whoops. Well, we'll just take advantage of the damage state there to get across. And yeah, this bomb, once lowered, is going to do all that on-off business for me. Okay, good coin indication there, by the way, for the safety zone. I am, of course, going to check up here. Okay, nothing. Yeah, definitely the thing that's making this distinct so far is that mix of the hammer dodging in one of the few contexts where it's actually a reasonable thing to do, and a lot of the flying bomb interactions that we see here. Whoops. Be a bit careful. Please step around that. Oh, I should have checked the coin on the right side there. You know what? We're going to do something quickly. Thought so. That would be a very Nintendo-like location to place something even if you didn't have a coin encouraging me to check. So, with a sort of traditional-like level, it's always nice to check those locations and actually see that the bonuses are where we expect them to be. Okay. No, I knew I didn't like that, particularly because I was tall. It is one of those jumps that I think actually is harder if you are tall, which does happen from time to time. Okay, grab another one for Endless for some reason, I guess. Here we are. Nope. Yeah, this is kind of a nice interaction here with the clown car bump. Also nice that you have a safety zone on the bomb detonation there, such that the player doesn't just get nuked by jumping too close. Okay. There we are. Okay. I kind of knew going into that jump that positionally I felt like it was going to be a bit off. So I'm glad we lasted as long as we did over there. Okay. Here we go. Nope. It's going to lower quite a ways, in fact. Let's Make sure we actually get the blaster to fire on the right side. There we are. Nope. Let's refresh both of them. And also bump this guy. Okay. Bomb activation here. Yeah. I always know that spike is coming, and I still have to ram into it. Be reminded of that the hard way. So Supernova, earlier when you were saying that you were one-shotting certain levels, like in what context? Do you mean just your initial clear back when you first played the game, or with something to do with your speed run? I wasn't quite sure, looking back at the message, that I understood that. Fluffy Utters, the level you submitted is something of a meme. That's fine. We'll deal with it when we get to it. I say that's fine without having seen it, of course, and as half expected. That will be something I regret, but... yeah, once again, coin indication on that one. Once again, another jump where, with the mushroom, I think I would have been likely to take damage. Okay, so here we need to survive after we kind of combine the two unique elements of this level and try to fire a bomb towards the hammer, which will not only take it out, but also activate the on-off switches that give me the gate. Yeah, Fluffy Otters, I don't mind taking a look at it. But we'll see if it's something that we both regret immediately. And I can always just swap it out for something, and we'll just make that decision as we go. Okay. Kind of a notorious thing on Zero Plane's channel. Okay, that's interesting, but we'll see what it is when I get there. I wonder if I would have seen him play it, actually, but we'll take a look. I haven't really been on Zero Plane's viewer levels nights very often lately. I have caught some of his other streams. Some of the uncleared garbage from time to time. Also will be a channel to watch, of course, once Cuphead DLC decides to come out eventually, since for those who don't know, Zero Planes is a very proficient Cuphead player. I played Cuphead before I ever had a capture card, before I was streaming, and that's another one that's such a beautiful game to look at that I almost want to replay it on stream. I definitely will do Delicious Last Course on stream when it finally comes out. I think that's going to be a high priority. And, okay, let's grab this guy here. I don't know if any of you saw, by the way, the beautiful Cuphead Zoetrope that was developed for exhibition in a museum of media arts or something that is in Australia. But yeah, it's a zoetrope animation, so basically the sort of original animation tech of just spinning the sculpted animation frames on a cylinder very quickly to create the illusion of motion. Like, you know what it is, if you have even the faintest idea of animation history. But Anyway. Yeah, definitely if you're at all a Cuphead enthusiast, that is something you should see. I should pretty much always do a crouch jump there if I can, and I should also go down to right side donut block. That's an adjustment I need to make. In general, I find that it's important to be on the lookout for stuff like that as a designer, that if, you know, the mushroom is going to be a part of your power progression, and it should be, to give you a bit of a hit buffer against the hammers. Sure, let's hit the thing once. As you suggested. But yeah, if the mushroom is going to be a part of your power progression as a player, nice to have the vines too as a bit of an escape. Then, one thing to watch out for definitely is whether certain jumps are going to be made harder. And of course, for a concept like this one, where you do need to jump below certain elements, there's almost no avoiding that situation where the mushroom gives you a bit of grief, but because, you know, pretty much no matter what you do, some players are going to try to take the jumps tighter and tighter. And it's definitely something for me to keep in mind as the player as well, just trying to avoid that from happening. Whoops. Okay, is it going to fire? Yes, it is, and I'm just going to barely dodge some of the hammers here. Oh, whoops, got bumped. Wasn't really planning around that clown car deflection at the very end. And Fluffy Udders, you weren't expecting to be here so long. Well, I'm glad you stuck around anyway. And okay. But yeah, people who are my regulars here know I run a long queue, but they also know that it pays off for people who want to submit certain level styles that don't really get a fair shake elsewhere. It's nearly 10 a.m. and you haven't been to bed yet. Yeah, that's fine. You're not the only one to have told me that. And when you can afford to do it, I actually really do like that as a bedtime. Like, it sounds crazy to the people who don't do it, but if anybody has ever really had just an extremely productive overnight, and, you know, where in the morning they feel like they've earned a right to rest, like, it's actually a great feeling to greet the morning like that. And even if you haven't been productive, I should say, and even if you've just been watching my stream the whole time, as a cure for insomnia, a failed cure for insomnia, that's fine too. We're not judgmental of sleep habits here. This is the last place where people would have a problem with that. Including some of my viewers, because regardless of what time zone people are in, I think everybody here is a little bit off standard in some fashion. And I was actually recently just reading about the terminology that's become very popular for that sort of thing. Thank you for the follow, by the way. What people describe as reverse sleep procrastination, where, you know, when your daytime hours are sort of interrupted enough or busy enough that staying up overnight is the only way you can actually get some control and concentration back to your life. Even if you wind up spending it all on Twitch. Okay. This is kind of a tight corner to play in. I am maybe not supposed to stay in the corner once the bomb comes out. And because if I get back into the middle, perhaps I can do a better job of spacing myself away from both the hammer and the red bullets. Okay. Nope. But yeah, definitely, I find that there's a big difference psychologically between playing video games on stream and playing games at a pace that is not quite such a continuous sitting. Like, when I'm not playing on stream, I use suspend and resume features pretty much constantly, with the expectation that there's going to be a lot of interruption. In the last part, don't stay under a clown car. Yeah, I was beginning to think that too, but thank you for the recommendation, Piochesco. So you have a theory about why many people have a persistent pattern of staying up at night. Yeah, I mean, if you can afford to do it. Like, a lot of people are just wired that way. It's more that society, particularly a formerly agricultural society, isn't quite equipped to handle it. That a lot of our sense of what is normal for people's daylight hours is kind of built around pre-industrial work schedules, as well as an environment in which electrical lighting was much less ubiquitous. If you've ever sort of undergone a very inconveniently placed power outage at night, as a night person, you will know that suddenly you feel like you can't do anything with your life. Like, okay, so this is how it actually feels to not do anything at night. And suddenly understand where... You know, I've had power outages where you think to yourself, and this was, of course, in the days before ubiquitous smartphones and all that, that have long battery lives of their own, and can also connect to things outside your immediate internet infrastructure. But you've had situations, or I've had situations, rather, where I'm just out of power, and it's like, okay, can't exactly run games on laptop, even if they're very battery intensive. Can't get on the internet, can't do anything here. Okay, great, this is a great time to read a book, and then you suddenly realize there are no lights on to read a book. People's waking hours... Oh, mental health issues such as anxiety makes you seek a safe space, you're saying? Yeah, I don't think it's even necessarily I think that's true for some people, for sure. But I don't think it's even necessarily, like, even a mental health issue so much as... I mean, I think that the issue of describing it as something to do with mental health is that a lot of people hear that term and they just assume that it's a problem that has to be addressed or cured or anything like that. And while that's sometimes true for people who have serious issues to manage with depression, anxiety, and so on, that's... You know, sometimes there just isn't enough accommodation for people who are just biologically wired to be night owls, or who are very much conditioned to be night owls. That, in some ways, we're better at this than we used to be, I think, with work schedules, etc. And it's particularly true in things like the tech industry, where I think people, even at the managerial level now, are able to understand why people who have lots and lots of screen time, for instance, might actually operate better under nighttime conditions or through very lengthy periods of concentration. So you see a lot more accommodation for things like flexible hours in fields like software, for instance. The same way that there's a lot of accommodation for work from home. It actually gets you better results, you know, for engineering type tasks as opposed to clerical tasks. But I mean, we're better at this than we used to be, I think, as a society, but there's still a lot of room for improvement when it comes to just accounting for people who are happier and more productive living that way. Okay, let's bump this up. And, oh, Stunlock's going to be a bit of a problem for me, but thankfully we're getting out of that. Wow. Clown car fire was something I forgot to account for as a potential attack vector. Oh boy, okay. Got squeezed there. And yeah, fluffy udders, I think that's a good way of putting it, that, you know, if you are somebody who is very much out of sync with what work demands of you or what other factors in your local society demand of you, then yeah, that's definitely going to occasionally be a cause as well as an effect, where you're just going to be much more miserable, and that is going to manifest itself in ways that feed back into trying to secure your own sleep patterns whenever possible. So I find often that, you know, there's a lot of advice out there on sleep therapy and about what people who are sleep health experts prescribe about getting better sleep, and they always say things like, oh, you know, you need to be more regular about this sort of thing, or that you need to not do any information-heavy tasks in the same room as where you're sleeping, or that you need to not read a book or have a cup of tea or whatever within an hour of sleeping. They make all these recommendations where I look at all those recommendations and I say, you know what? This sounds like it really sucks, and I would rather just not get what you consider healthy sleep. Like, if you have to make that many compromises to kind of have normative sleep habits, I'm not sure it's worthwhile to bother. Okay. Interesting, by the way, to see how the concepts that you've been putting together throughout the level have been turned into a boss, particularly with the way that what you've been dealing with the hammers throughout this level now takes the form of Bowser Jr. So I find that using Junior in hammer mode is something that usually isn't very welcome, but then here it's kind of a natural extrapolation of what the whole level has been doing anyway. So it's like all of the different elements have been coming together in this final fight. And here we are. But yeah, to return to what I was saying earlier, that, you know, when you do stream a game, that is something that requires a pretty continuous sitting. And that's not going to fit every kind of playstyle well. It's also not going to fit every kind of level well when it comes to Mario Maker. So I think that's definitely responsible for how certain level types, for instance, is standardized. Now, you actually do need to get the kill on Bowser here, so if you miss with one of the bomb shots, all that does is force you to go back to the other side. You do need to hit with 3 bombs. And you recommend that I don't hit the clown car too many times. Yeah, sometimes I'm hitting it multiple times to kind of get out of trouble. Because I find that in this room, hitting it once doesn't get me in position enough. I mean, okay, that's much more accurate. I think I instinctively tend to tap it multiple times. Because, yeah, sometimes you have something like that where it doesn't seem to go high enough. Oh, whoops. Too busy watching the clown car, and I wasn't watching my own position. And, okay, here we go. But yeah, I definitely understand Fluffy Utters that, you know, like sometimes the effort it takes to put into, like the effort that it takes to kind of follow a lot of sleep therapy just ends up burning a lot of time that, you know, I think as a night person, you would rather just use productively. Like, you don't want to spend all your waking time trying to force yourself to sleep, right? Like, that's the part of the issue here. If getting to sleep is itself something that's going to be extremely time-consuming, and you feel like there's a better use of your time in a different time of day when sleep is going to come a bit easier, then it's a little more important, I think, to optimize for like doing what is going to kind of keep you content day to day in terms of being satisfied with how your time is actually being used. But, oops, here we are. But yeah, as with things like support for work from home, I think... Whoa. Okay, now I'm in a bit of trouble. I think I am dead here. I don't think there's a way to get out. However, it is a flying bomb, such that if I could get the bomb to shoot left, which I don't think I can with that positioning, it would theoretically be able to get me out, but I think it's not designed for that, for sure. And hello, Corey, welcome. Okay, here we are. Let's avoid the ground stomp. Oh, nope. Yeah, definitely not paying enough attention to the fact that these are fire cars rather than just normal clown cars. Also, the fact that you do need to get out of that zone for the detonation. That's something I learned the hard way on the attempt before that one, that you cannot hang out under the clown cars. Once the activation has happened, you do, in fact, need to get back out to the center. Whoops. In fact, I might as well just get into position on the left side earlier rather than later, because then you can lead the hammer throw. And let's get around here. And okay. I was too busy watching the fire car shot on the right side and thinking about dodging it, and from doing that. Just had the total miss on the blaster. Okay. Yeah. Gate's not open yet. Gotta jump the gun a little bit here. Tried to jump the gun, and instead we just jumped the bullet. Okay, that was nearly a shot in the face from the clown car. And yeah, okay, I need to bump it at a certain location that will not give me that hard collision up top. That's much better. Much, much better. Okay. Almost there. I need to bump it when it's kind of in that middle position. Long as it has enough space from the wall. Oh, I see, the shell actually took it out. Okay, that's not what I expected. But this one should stay, I think. And we are through. And yeah, this kind of nice to have this bonus car just trapped there. Be one last kick at a can for that element. This, I guess, is here for almost symmetry. Almost symmetry. But you're not going to get that anyway with the exit the way it is, so. What a deflection on that coin. That last remaining coin just bouncing all the way back. Anyway. G. And let's try to grab the one up. Okay, thank you for that, Piocesco. Very nice development of that concept. It's a very complete feeling level, I think. Yeah, the only kind of occasional point of friction, I guess, was just some of those spots we described in the first section where I was bumping my head when going low. But I think everything comes together in quite a readable fashion. I mean, definitely when you bump the clown car, having the collision of the clown car and the blaster against the top at a certain height and having it, you know, require a specific position in terms of when you're hitting the car from below. Like, that's something that takes a little bit of trial and error at first, but I think we definitely put it together eventually, so. Still only a 3:31 world record on this, so I think despite being a very long level to get through in some respects, depending on how you're executing, I think that record can definitely be squeezed with more plays. Only 3 clears on it right now, including myself, so lots that can be done. But yeah, I think the design of the sort of main body of the level and the design of the boss flow together quite well, so. Okay, at long last, Fluffy Utters, who isn't going to bed anytime soon anyway. Let's take a look at the, oops, thing you described as a bit of a trolley or a Mimi recurrence on Aeroplane Stream. Possibly. Happy Swamp Jumps. 0%. Oh, 0%, but it has 1 clear, and of course it's part of... I was kind of thinking that if it's been a recurring feature on Zero's stream, that it might be something that's, you know, formerly uncleared when it was doing uncleared hunts. Interesting, though. It's always fascinating to see a really high ratio of likes to clears, such that a lot of people who did not clear this clearly wanted to stamp something on it. Also, that this is a level from the first week of the game, July 2019. Anyway, you hope I have a wonderful time with your beautiful level. Let's see if that's actually going to be the case. We need to defeat 2 juniors. Okay. Okay. So let me think about this. Wait a minute. It's going to pull up something visible in the top half. I'm going to do that just to scout. Okay, something up there which will eventually drop you into the middle if you haven't gotten into the off state. Okay, so that's how you do it. That's one way to do it. Looks like a side swamp, which we can reset our way into because of this door, and also because this swamp will just be itself. I would think that after all the Mang levels I played with, you know, jumps that fall side swamps, that I would know how to do this a little better by now. It has a certain accidental charm to it, yeah. I guess you must have submitted it to Zero because it was something that filled this uncleared criteria, which sometimes does lead to considerable entertainment. So I'm totally fine with playing this. Do let me know if you still want to replace it, but I'm totally fine with it. At least I say that now. I may come to regret this, but who knows. It says no, but I'm going to do it before the platform reset. I mean, again, level from July 2019. Obviously, a lot of these sound effects take on a very different social meaning with time. Okay, 2 bounces can do it. Okay. That block is going to stay activated, though, when I come back, so let's... Nope. Not activate as expected. Also, as a clear condition level, it will have no checkpoint. And, oh, even more of that. I guess I need to probably just ride it out. Except the snake block is going to dip all the way down here. I should have stayed a bit longer just to watch its pattern. I have a certain degree of sympathy for this as a week 1 level because my first level in this game was also a massive extravaganza with no checkpoint. It was meant to be something that's a long no checkpoint level by design. Did have a few clears on it, but it was actually the first thing I submitted to Zero Planes myself, actually, back in 2019. And I kind of remember that he saw the whole thing but reached the gate without clear condition still active, I think. He played it on and off over a couple of months to finally beat it. I see. Uploaded a YouTube video about it recently, okay. Yeah, it helps to do that, I think, for some of the longer term projects, because it's not like he's going to go back in to re-record it. Oops. Honestly, relative to a lot of the stuff that shows up in the uncleared queue, this is not unreasonable. It's just that... Well, I mean, I say that now, but obviously once you get up to the snake block section, then things get a little bit dicey in terms of visibility, so... I'm just going to follow this. going to dip quite low. But given the placement of the invisible blocks, I assume that it's actually going to be a complete row there, so... Okay. Dip all the way down. I actually kind of get the sense that the clock is going to be an issue for me here. With how many times I've reset through this. Okay. Through that. Interesting. I doubt it's going to be something quite so simple as just jumping on this. Let me see here. Obviously, I don't want to lose this onto water either. Maybe I just need to drop it right on the edge. Because it looks like I'm just a tiny bit short of where this needs to be. Okay. Or I could also swim ahead and see what else can be done. But yeah, I'm landing dead center on a spring right now. If I landed on the edge, I feel like I could maybe make that. I think accidental charm is a good way of describing it. Okay. Also notice how the background art and the foreground semi-solids work together, like not only with this tree, but with the next tree as well. I don't know if that was at all intentional, but... I mean, the background parallax just scrolls, of course, but it looks neat when you come in here for the first time. Okay. Nope. You know what? I'm just going to take this and swim forward with it and see what is out there. Looks like a big P-switch related segment, in fact. Collecting a coin is therefore a bad idea. Yeah, it's going to be some kind of P-switch run where you go down and then go back up to the left. So yeah, I think I need to drop below. I'm guessing P-switch isn't a question block, actually. That if I come up to the right side here, drop to the donut block. Donut block takes me to the question block gives me a P-switch, and then... You know what, I should be able to land on the lower bit. Maybe. No, it's set up so I can't. I think the landing arc is always going to land on the top first. Trying to build up a bit more momentum. 20 seconds left. We're not going to get it this time around. Oh hey, look, just as we are ready to time out. Okay, hit it as late as possible. And I will not be able to see that segment in its entirety, but... Okay, I'm gonna fall under that guy, and that didn't quite work. I did kind of like that strategy. First time, though, it's just that I seem to have survived it the last time with a very specific arc that it's just not going to work out for me twice. I was trying to activate it horizontally this time, and that was also not going to work quite the way I liked. Whoops. I do feel like falling under the second thwomp is the right idea. Okay, no. But then if I want to do that, I want to activate that thwomp as late as possible. So I want to kind of fall along the middle column and then suddenly swing right. Not like that, of course. Also looking at those picture frames up top. Maybe that's what they are. Art blocks that come later. Yeah, I think the thing that, well, it's partly just an artifact of this being a very early level as well, is that even if you do this successfully once, it does seem a bit tricky to come up with any kind of consistent method for it, because there's so much variation that can happen. These sections get very easy once you get used to them. Yeah, I was already kind of feeling that with the second section, in fact. But we'll see. I'm lacking consistency here right now, and a lot of it is just not knowing how well I can replicate the method that worked almost by accident last time. Last time I successfully did it. We'll need to go higher. You know what? That's better. That's much easier. Nope. Need to hit the thwomp on the right side. There we are. And the snake block up above is 100% just about reading the pattern and dodging the thwomp when you're at the bottom, so. Oh, you did it most of the time, I see. Okay, we'll see. Obviously, I have no expectation of actually clearing this on this stream, but we'll make a reasonable amount of progress. I know. Yeah, it seemed like I had a bit of a close shave against this swamp on the way back down the last time I did the snake block. We'll just have to account for that accordingly. I feel like I just bounce on this guy and that works. Yeah, whether Thwomp gets activated or not, getting it out of the way is pretty valuable. Okay. Pretty clear how that jump was going to work. 20 seconds going into this section yet. Nope. Interesting. Don't know if I want to nudge this thing. Did work out well last time. Why not drop the spring in the water? Because I don't know if it's going to stay alive for long enough for me to bounce this. Unless you're thinking about doing a soft draw. What website did I use for Warp World bot? Usually just on warp.world, but Taldir, it was down for me for some reason tonight, and I don't know if it's just a redirector there that was broken or something. But I had some trouble with it. Luckily, didn't need to fuss with it too much today. Nope. Oh, that's a mistake. And I collected some of the coins, which is bad, because even after a reset... Oh, even after a reset, you're just dead because you are only entitled to 1 P block. Or a 1 P switch, rather. much better. And nope. Had a poor reaction to that one. You know what? But we can wait for this to come all the way down because it'll just come back down and pick me up. So, 1 second. I need to do a quick ban. And yeah, pardon the interruption. And I'm sorry, we only reward spam for creativity around here. And we'll have to see better than that. Okay. So I drop this here. Want to be famous? Well, that's not how to do it. Okay. Down here. And then... yeah, it looks like we go straight to the right and just do this segment. I actually will almost make it. Okay. That was one jump away. Yeah, 1 second, Taldir. If you're talking about Warp World, let me first of all see if it's actually working for me now. It might not be. Yeah, Taldir, this is what I'm using for my bot. There is also viewerlevels.com, which has a different bot that is actually more advanced in some ways now when it comes to queuing features. But, yeah, I may give it a try at some point as an alternative, but the thing about the viewer levels bot is that I just don't have all my overlays set up for stuff like that, and so, oh, you know what, we'll just wait this out. And just wait and wait and wait. Up we go. So yeah, getting dunked up here was not an issue at all. Doesn't even cost us any time if we know what's going to happen. But yeah, I don't think any kind of item handling with the spring is going to make this any cleaner than how I'm already doing it. I feel like I want to go P-jump directly into the next coins. Like that. Just to save a tiny bit of time here. Directly up here. Nope. Okay, here's the issue with the twisters, is the way they take you off screen. I was trying to go to the left of the twister there. That was a problem. Like, the twister itself is not the issue. The screen boundary is a massive problem. Okay. There we go. But yeah, this definitely looks like an uncleared queue level, for sure. But I can also see why Zero would have enough faith in this as kind of playing fair in terms of level design to try to stick with it for a while to get the first clear. That it's not something that, you know, would just feel like a total waste of time from a challenge perspective due to issues that just make something not worth playing, you know? So, like, it's very playable in a way that you can see why somebody would stick with it. For sake of saving time, I don't need to use the snake block. Okay, it's just I don't know where the invisible block placements are going to be, right? And because it feels like there's going to be quite a lot of trial and error there if I can't see what's going to dunk me. Okay. Nope, miss. But anyway, yeah, you are telling me there's a much easier way to do that. Also, I'm painfully aware of the fact that both the green pipe and the central segment heavily imply that something later in the level is going to do something trolly and try to dump me the opening room. Okay, jump on top of this, and then I can jump across. Okay, I see. Of course, I actually need to do the jump. But if time is an issue, I can see where to optimize this a bit now. Yeah, Fluffy Udders, I was kind of thinking about that earlier, and the reason I didn't try it at a time was because after hitting multiple blocks in this section, you know, it was entirely possible that you would just have those blocks built all the way across the center section of that ceiling there. And I wasn't just going to poke it a piece by piece to try to find that out. Oops. But as soon as you told me that there's an easier way to do it, I guess that was exactly the spot that was worth checking. Okay. Nope. Can't see. That's main issue with that one. I think I just need the twister to be maybe on the right side there, and so I can land reliably to its left. Because that is definitely a blind guess. A little bit there. Yeah. Let's go back here. And we're going to get back here with 400 seconds, okay? And then I'm going to miss. But let's just move around and back up. Nope. Nope. Okay, that works. The method is correct. The execution is just slightly fuzzy. Oops. No. Oh, that's bad news. Okay, drop this guy. And I'll account for what you said about Twister in just a moment. Let's try to... Yeah, best not to try jumping gap from the Twister because, of course, there's no visibility. Twisters are one of the elements... I forgot about this. Well, Twisters are one of the elements in this game that I think are much harder to deal with than people realized it would be, or speculated they would be when they were announced. Same with Desert Wind. The kind of stuff that sort of messes with your expectations for control and momentum. Introduces a lot more difficulty than people realize. Especially because seeing similar Twister-like elements in the standard Mario games has never posed that much of a problem. Cordial Snail is going to request number 74. We will punch that in after I get back to this platform here. Let's take a pause. Okay. Meantime, let me make sure I've actually marked down all the point redemptions from earlier, all of the character changes that was seen earlier today, and then we'll get into number 74 as soon as I pull it up. Mark everything is complete. Bring up the reading screen. And here is going to be a slight interruption. Okay, William Shakespeare, sonnet number 74. But be contented when that fell arrest without all bail shall carry me away. My life hath in this line some interest, which for memorial still with thee shall stay. When thou reviewest this, thou dost review the very part was consecrate to thee. The earth can have but earth, which is his due. My spirit is thine, the better part of me. So then thou hast but lost the dregs of life, the prey of worms, my body being dead, the coward conquest of a wretch's knife, too base of thee to be remembered. The worth of that is that which it contains, and that is this, and this with thee remains. Okay, thank you for that, Cordial Snail. Glad we could fit one of those in. And yeah, Twisters, Note Blocks, and Springs. I find that Note Blocks and Springs are fairly manageable as long as you don't have issues with input lag. It depends on the way they are set up in the level, of course. I find that Twisters are significantly worse to deal with, even though they do have a regular pattern, but it's a regular pattern that's very difficult to read and react to sometimes. And so even if you totally understand how they work and what the pattern is supposed to be, and there are just so many minor variations in your inputs that can cause trouble with them. Whoops. Oh yeah, that's gonna be trouble. Back we go. Okay. I'll see if I can get past the Twisters. We might not be able to stay long enough to put in that many attempts on it. But... whoops. Yeah, Cordial Snail, Shakespeare often just kind of comes with experience. And yes, you're quite correct that that is a poem that is substantially about death. To kind of put it simply. Very appropriate for Mario Maker. A surprising amount of Shakespeare, in fact, is very appropriate. Mario Maker. Including a few that we've read on the stream before that seem to pertain directly to level design. Okay. And yeah, I can see that you can actually take the top level of the yellow blocks. Nope. I think theoretically I should not be required to go down to the lower level if I just make a nice full jump on each of those segments. Okay. No. Let's try the other method. One thwomp as the lift, one thwomp as the obstacle. Good cop and bad cop. Okay. Back we go. Yeah, the funny thing about this level is just that there actually is a fair amount of work that's put into decorating things to be visually clear. That... Oops. You know, you could easily see the same kind of stuff being placed in a level that is not as clean looking, and it coming off as total garbage. But yeah, sometimes good, clear visibility just makes for better platforming. Now this segment here... Oh, the icicles are there to kind of scare you from doing it this way. I see. Okay. No, I got trapped. Nope. Can't see where I'm going. Cannot see. Yeah, if I find some kind of method to get past the twisters, that will be significant progress. But... I mean, the twisters would be a challenge to work with even if they were completely on screen. I just think that being off screen makes it especially difficult. Because if I'm making adjustments to how I'm trying to get out of them, I don't have a way to see if I'm over-adjusting. Because sometimes you can play a surprising amount of this game going off screen because, you know, some of the object behaviors and trajectories are very predictable. But nobody really has a comfortable blindfold sense of how the twisters are going to go, and so that's why we run into those issues. Oops. Nope. I need to take the very edge. And we did that, but not with a proper jump. There we go. And hey, Merlin, welcome. Glad you could join us. I don't know why you only now got a notification. When I was streaming 2 days ago, I actually did have a disconnection issue, but I think today it's been okay, but I mean, Twitch can be glitchy software sometimes. But yeah, this is the last level of my standard queue today. Will probably be the thing we finish on, although I have no expectation of finishing the level itself. Given that it is at 0% on one clear. Like 0.00%, but with one clear on it, out of all the plays that it's received. Yeah, Merlin, glad you could join in, and good to see you around as always. I'll be finishing rather soon. I won't be on for too long. Because right now the Twister segment is a pretty precise roadblock. Whoops. Okay, up we go. Nope. Never mind. Yeah, Merlin, hope the making has been going on quite well on your side as well. If you've been busily working on a lot of new content for me to catch up on. There's a ton of content, actually, I do have to catch up on your end. So. Okay. Oops. Currently working on an exploration level. Good to hear. Yeah, I guess I've been stretching out to a lot of different styles lately. Okay. Nope, miss. Not quite salvageable. Because even if I develop a good method for the first twister, I have a second one to get through. So. I kind of wonder if I could find any sort of consistent pattern. In a way that would become more consistent about the first sections. Okay. Nope, we can afford to hit that a little further to the right. Okay. Nope. That method doesn't work, and yeah, we have to do 3 segments, in fact. Twisters up top, which... I actually am beginning to think that I'm going to try just going straight through the twisters and launching myself upwards when they are on the left side, like that. Trying to control my jumps through them when I go off screen is just not going to work out well at all, so... Because it's not just about passing the obstacle, it's about finding a reliable method. Something I can trust myself to nail 100% of the time, otherwise it's just not happening. Okay. It's always nice to have early segments like this become more and more reliable. I think that's one of the most satisfying things about doing gigantic no checkpoint levels, is if they are set up in such a way that you really feel like you're learning and just becoming more consistent and more efficient as you go along. And that's one of the issues with the Twister segment, is that I think it's going to be difficult to find that consistent method. Oh, no, no. That's trouble. That's also not enough. Yeah. At this point, let me think about what we're going to be doing from here. I think, yeah, we've been on this for about 40 minutes. I can try a little bit more because this is the last one in the queue, but I'm nowhere closer to finding a twister method. And I will bail on this for now. Okay. Go. Do I need to be switched to be active after twisters? I don't believe so. So yeah, Merlin, this level was from July 2019. It's from the very first week of the game. And was sitting uncleared for a long time until Zero Planes decided to grind it out, apparently. I may actually just catch his video about this afterwards, since, as I was told by Fluffy Utters earlier, there is some kind of YouTube video on the subject now. Yeah, as you can see, long without a checkpoint. That is mostly just obstacles like this that become a massive problem because of the way the camera is not cooperating. Yeah, I feel like that will be my approach to this level, is to just I usually don't watch clear videos of things that I have not myself cleared yet, unless I really have no intention to do them, but in this case, I'm actually really kind of curious about what Zero's progress on it was like. That's... yeah, up we go, whoops. And Fluffy Utters, I don't think I'll actually need the link. I know how to find his YouTube. Because, yeah, I was watching Zero's stream quite regularly, long before I ever had a capture card of my own, so I do keep up with his content every now and then. Although, to date, I have still not played The Long Dark, which I know is the other game that he's very serious about. Despite having played a lot of survival stuff like that, like having spent a lot of time on Subnautica, for instance, never got around to The Long Dark. But yeah, definitely. Like I know he's been on a massive uncleared hunt lately, and making that the focus of a lot of the Maker streams. I don't know how recently he got clear on this one, but you'll have to tell me about it. As you said, he was working on it for a few months. Oops. Yeah, probably the last attempt on the Twisters. If I don't even get to the Twisters, we'll try to get back to them, but I don't think I'm even close to finding a good working method for it. Like, if I were not playing on stream, the approach to take to something like this would just be to take it into the editor. Okay, so here's the method. Is you jump into the twister and then you just tap left arrow and fall out. Okay, what's this all about? Yeah, because that way, since I can't see what's going on off camera, if you just put the twisters into maker mode and saw them on camera and then just practiced like a continuous series of inputs, that would work. I feel like I'm definitely going to need that question block, the way this level is designed. Because look at how decorative this whole thing is. And look at me die, okay. No, not a hex editor. Like, I wouldn't get much mileage out of that anyway. Yeah. No, I only have the one switch, and it's much too precious to me to be open to any messing around with the hardware. If I just had a second system to do that kind of stuff, then... or maybe, but even with the Wii and the Wii U, I never played around with Homebrew. But yeah, just one of those things about how people squeeze some or Geocellular Nintendo systems that I never really got into as a scene. But anyway. Okay, jump into it when it's moving in the opposite direction, tap left. Whoa, actually went right through that one. I did not expect that to work out quite that well. Juggling Gamers, normally you could just give me a code. The problem is that I'm actually about to go off stream, and this is the last thing I'm doing today. But thanks for dropping by anyway. Nope, forgot about that. And yeah, Electro Dude, thanks for coming by for so long. And we'll definitely try to get the clear on yours before too long. But yeah, hope you enjoy. If you can enjoy it, whatever work it is you have to get done. And if not, then enjoy the moment of completion when you actually do get it done and can go back to whatever it is you do. Just assume that if it's not making, it's Touhou, but okay. Tap, tap, tap. Okay. Space here is a little bit constricted, but nope. Okay, I needed a bit more running distance, but you know, I actually feel like I finally have a method for doing this. And the P block will not respawn, so we're dead. But .626 record on it. Yeah, so like I said, I normally don't spoil myself for stuff like this, but I am kind of curious about Zero's video since I may be a long ways off from actually doing this. But it's nice to finally make that breakthrough with the Twisters in terms of understanding how to approach it. And Mang, hello as well. I think, though, that this is going to be it for this stream. Let me just take a look at the overall map very quickly. If it helps, I'm a very long way away. Yeah, I thought so. Their check time is 4 minutes. Okay, so there was some margin of error on this stuff. But of course, added over a long scale, maybe not. And yeah, you can really tell, especially with that seesaw tree trunk descent later, how much effort was actually put into decoration. So also notice first 3 screen are nearly identical to the point that, well, there's some kind of image clue, I think, that's with the panels on the top, but that it's meant to simulate identical looking rooms that you can't quite tell apart. Possibly, well, I don't know. I don't really know how that's structured yet, but that there's something going on here, some kind of shenanigans with the early segments, and that the way you would be able to tell those early segments apart, if they are otherwise difficult to tell apart, is by watching the background. Except you could only see the tree trunks in the background, I think, if you were on the lower half. So if you were in the top half, you would be able to see the dark patches. Also, we have not even seen the subworld yet, and as you can see, the subworld is where the Happy Swamp is located, because that's where the cover image is coming from. Looks like that's going to be it for now. I don't mind trying to push through it a little further again if you do resend, but I think I may actually spoil myself with the video of the clear. It is in fact that far off. So, thank you once again for everybody who joined me for this long today, and especially to the submitters who were so patient about waiting for their codes to be played. I am going to be scanning around for a raid so we can pass you on to somebody usually Mario Maker, and usually I hope someone very interesting. And so yeah, we'll just take a quick look around for that. And then as far as my end goes this week, this is our usual schedule. We have made a few adjustments lately. Usually I do puzzle streams as well as a kind of maker-centric special feature in the middle of the week, but this week we'll be looking at some endgame stuff that I need to mop up on my file in Super Mario 3D World. And I have no idea how long that will take, because I may be very, very rusty from not having looked at some of that in 7 years. But we'll be back with Mario Maker soon enough, and it's going to be high quality experience as usual, I'm sure. So thanks for watching. Have a good morning, night, or possibly even afternoon wherever you are. Try to get some sleep from time to time, even if it's not in a particularly human time. We'll certainly understand over here. All that aside, take care, stick around for the raid if you wish, and fare thee well.